Let's take up in this night. Praise God. Thank you, guys. No matter what others may do, the world behind me, now higher than you. Praise Yahweh, I'm going through. I keep confusing them. We approve enough to be drug dealers and hoodlums. Parents, let's start schooling them to be kings and queens. Let's start ruling them to build their self-esteem without really abusing them. Tearing down trees, full of the white man using them. Using the raise our team, but nothing can catch me using them. People who want to abuse and harass me, take me ruling them. People who got two choices, but the wrong ones we choosing them. Brothers and close casts and blast, that's how we viewing them. It takes two over the table. Take a few to take the wrong games. Kings get this for their ancestors got made with a strangle. Broke up for their neck to their ankles. That was happened 50 years ago. Let me give you your spurs and thank you. Simply to let you watch and vote, you still say things, thanking you. Laughing at your calamities while I claim they still making you. With the damn teach out to rebel, that's how they training you. Well, we all live in their heads. Half the property, half the jail. I say half the yellows, half the sales. I'm not preaching to speak, I'm just like you. And you are trying to make your own rules, I'm trying to make it through. I'm going through. I'm going through. No matter what others may do, the world behind me now higher than you. Praise Yahweh, I'm going through. You're all I need in my life. The laws that you gave me, they make me right. You're so righteous, you give me strength. Your spirit lifts me up in and again. I never say going through would be easy, so if you move it up like Georgia Weezy, I'm still busy with the fruits and the weed sleep. Rooted eternally, with the roots of the trees, because I feel walking, he, she's, and she, he's messed up, brothers, mother, and we sleep. That's up your please, and your needs, for I have said, who's a big guy, because I'm up to sing weekly, trying to listen to you, cutting it, can I boys, at Pro, this is what they need to I can't stand it because you be trading. Feel like energy and wake up there, Jacob, and stay up. But all that you made it will make up the less get through. I'm going through. I'm going through. No matter what others may do, the world behind me now higher than you. Praise Yahweh, I'm going through. I'm going through. I'm going through. No matter what others may do, the world behind me now higher than you. Praise Yahweh, I'm going through. All I need in my life, the laws that you gave me, they make me right. You're so righteous, you give me strength. Your spirit lifts me up in and again. behind me, now tired in you. Praise ye Yahweh, I'm going through. I'm going through. I'm going through.
Shalom, shalom. Welcome to the first portion of today's Sabbath services here at the House of Yehuda. I am Minister Michael. I am blessed to teach alongside Minister Yoel, Minister Elder Yumuel, and also Marah, Sister Dawn Yisrael. And Yah allows us every week to edify the Creator and to bring forth over tradition. So before I get started, I would like to open up with a prayer. Let us turn to the book of Psalms, chapter 15. The reason that we face the east. You will read that in 2 Chronicles 6, verse 6, because that is towards where Yahweh chose to place his name. As a matter of fact, before I go into the prayer, let's read it. Because we may have some new people that may want to know, why face the east? Why can't I just, why do you guys face the east? In the book of 2 Chronicles chapter 6, starting at the 6th verse, you read the whole chapter, but just to expedite, I'm going to the 6th verse. It reads, and this is the Almighty speaking. He says, "But I have chosen Jerusalem, that my name might be there, and have chosen David to be over my people Israel." So we face the east because that is towards the Holy Land, towards Jerusalem. So that is why, because Yahweh chose to place his name. So now we can face the direction, the east, of wherever you are in your home, whatever the east direction is. And we'll start out with our opening prayer. And we're opening up with the book of Psalms, chapter 15. Praise Yah. Amen. Glory belongs to you, Yahweh, for without you we are nothing. Yahweh, who shall abide in thy tabernacle? Who shall dwell in thy holy hill? He that walketh uprightly and worketh righteousness, and speaketh the truth in his heart. He that backbiteth not with his tongue, nor doeth evil to his neighbor, nor taketh up a reproach against his neighbor, in whose eyes a vile person is contemned. But he honoreth them that fear Yah. He that sweareth to his own hurt and changes not. He that putteth not out his money to usury, nor taketh reward against the innocent. He that doeth these things will never be moved. Let us stay facing the east direction. Abanawa, Shabbat Shabbayah, Kodesh, Haya, Shamka, Yahweh. Our Father, which in heaven, holy be your name. YAH. Amen. All right. Now let's read out of the book of Exodus chapter 20. Commandments. Shalom, brother. Good to see you, my brother. Good to see you. Who brought you, your mom?
Yeah.
Okay.
My mom not coming. She's going back home.
Oh yeah, that's fine. She brought you.
Can I like what time do y'all end like service?
We end at 6. We end services at 6:30. But I'll give you a breakdown once we go over these. Read Exodus 20. We're going to recite Exodus chapter 20. These are the 10 commandments. Exodus 20, the very first verse reads, And Elohim spake all these words, saying, I am Yah, your Elohim, which have brought you out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of bondage. The first commandment is in the 3rd verse. Thou shalt have no other Elohims before me. The second commandment starts in the 4th verse. Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image, or any likeness of anything that is in heaven above, or that is in the earth beneath, or that is in the water under the earth. Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them, nor serve them. For I, Yahweh thy Elohim, am a jealous Elohim, visiting the iniquity of the fathers upon the children, unto the 3rd and 4th generation of them that hate me, and showing mercy unto thousands of them that love me, and keep my commandments. The 3rd commandment is in the 7th verse. It reads, Thou shalt not take the name of Yah, your Elohim, in vain. For Yah will not hold him guiltless that taketh his name in vain. 4th commandment starts at the 8th verse. 4th commandment reads, Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy. 6 days shalt thou labor and do all thy work, but the 7th day is the Sabbath of Yah, thy Elohim. In it thou shalt not do any work, thou, nor thy son, nor thy daughter, nor thy manservant, nor thy maidservant, nor thy cattle, nor thy stranger that is within thy gates. For in 6 days Yahweh made heaven and earth, the sea, and all that in them is, and rested the 7th day. Wherefore Yah blessed the Sabbath day and hallowed it. 5th commandment is in the 12th verse. The 5th commandment reads, Honor thy father and thy mother, that thy days may be long upon the land which Yah giveth thee. 6th commandment is in the 3rd. Thou shalt not murder. 7th commandment is in the 14th verse. Thou shalt not commit adultery. It says, Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house. Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife, nor his manservant, nor his maidservant, nor his ox, nor anything that is thy neighbor's. Praise Yah. Are there any questions on the commandments? Any questions on the commandments? Turn to the book of Psalms, chapter 23. Psalms, chapter 23.
Wait, is it late to answer that question?
No, not at all. Do you have a question on the commandments? What's your question?
He will visiting the iniquity.
He visits the iniquities of the fathers upon the children until the 3rd and 4th generation of them that hate him. What's your question about that, son?
What does that mean?
But say, for example, and I'm just using as an example. Let's say, for example, I was a whore. I was just laying with all these different women, and I contract a venereal disease. Well, that venereal disease can be passed on to you, and then you're bearing the iniquity of my sin. You understand? And what that is saying is, he visits the iniquities of the fathers upon the children. He visits the iniquity of the children, and the children are the ones who are showing the hatred towards the Almighty. You understand? And because of that, he visits the iniquity, and what that means is he brings it to basically your face. You understand? Because iniquity and sin are not the same. Iniquity is sort of an offspring from sin. You understand? Hey, yo, man, shalom. Yes, ma'am. You can read it. Go ahead, because I can't be out the camera. What do you mean?
Nothing. Everything is one way.
Hold for one moment, please.
Everything is one way. Let's try that
You just said, it just said click off.
Yeah, that's
Thank you.
Thank you.
Praise Yahweh. All right. So, what I stated, did you understand my answer to your question?
so basically, if my dad hated him and I hated him, I would hear his.
Yeah, just simply, that's geared towards, when he says he's visiting the iniquities of the fathers upon the children, that's geared towards, that could be looked at as, the father, of course, the fathers who sinned. And because of their sin, the iniquity of their sin traveled onto their children. And because their children also are on the same path of sinning, the Almighty visited them, their iniquities, basically brings it to their face because they're not showing love to the Almighty. You understand? You look blank. Go ahead, ask your questions. It's time for questions. Ask your questions, brother. Do you understand what I'm saying? Because I want you to understand, because obviously you had a question. That's your question about that. So y'all willing, we have a little time. If you don't understand it, I can explain it another way. I don't know, but I'm gonna take a little time because you ain't been here for a while. It's good to see you. So did you understand what I explained as far as the iniquity and the sin? Because iniquity and sin they're not the same. Iniquity is an offspring of sin. So what that line is saying is, what that verse is saying is that the Almighty is going to visit the iniquities of the fathers upon the children because they're showing hatred toward him. And then that next portion of that says, but he shows, and it brings out the fact that when it talks about, it says, showing mercy unto thousands of them that love him and keep his commandments. So he shows mercy and love to those who love him. And he visits, because the Almighty, let me say this, the Almighty has the right. He can wipe away sin. He's the only one. Yes. If we commit a sin, if Yahweh chooses, he can wipe that sin away. To where if we're doing right, matter of fact, hold that and let's turn to the book of Ezekiel. I'm going to read something to you in the book of Ezekiel. Let's see here. Ezekiel's right after the book of Lamentations, which is right after the book of Jeremiah.
Chapter.
Let's look at chapter Ezekiel 18. Ezekiel 18. Let's start at the Let's start at the 18th verse. It says, as for his father, because he cruelly oppressed, spoiled his brother by violence, and did that which is not good among his people, lo, even he shall die in his iniquity. Now, this is talking about the father. It's talking about the father. And let's go up, let's see here. Here we go. It says here in verse 19, ye yet say ye, why doeth not the son bear the iniquity of the father, when the son hath done that which is lawful and right, and hath kept all my statutes and hath done them, he shall surely live. Now the word iniquity is there. Now, iniquity shouldn't be there because we can bear our father's iniquity, but we can't bear their sin. You understand? We can bear the iniquity, but we cannot bear the sin of our fathers. Now, in the 20th verse, it reads, the soul that sinneth, it shall die. The son shall not bear the iniquity of the father. Shalom, family. It says the son shall not bear the iniquity, not the iniquity, but the sin. It says the son shall not bear the sin of the father, neither shall the father bear the sin of the son. That's what should be there. The righteousness of the righteous shall be upon him, and the wickedness of the wicked shall be upon him. So basically, I read that to show that we can bear the iniquity of our fathers, we just can't bear their sin. However, Yahweh has the authority to not bring up the iniquity that we bear because of our fathers. He has the authority to do that as long as we follow him. You understand? Yes, no, maybe so. Do you understand?
Maybe I'm starting to understand.
Okay, well, we'll move on. And if you had that same question later, then we'll deal with it. Okay, we have time. Yes, ma'am.
Just a comment.
Mhm.
Letitia Miles, she says, Shalom, I am new to this, but I am learning so much. And thanks to me for sending me this channel.
Praise Yahweh.
Yeah, and he says our praises goes to the Most High.
Praise Yah. Sister, if you have any questions, we'll have time to answer those questions. So if you have any questions, I don't care what those questions are about. And it does not have to match my lesson. If you have questions, please ask them. And if I don't know the answer, y'all willing, I'll have it for you. Y'all willing by the end of the day if I don't have it right now. All right. So if you have any questions, welcome. If you have any questions, please ask. All right. Now let's turn to the book of Psalms 23. Psalms 23. Let's read it together. Praise Yahweh. It says, Yah is my shepherd, I shall not want. He maketh me to lie down in green pastures. He leadeth me beside still waters. He restoreth my soul. He leadeth me in the paths of righteousness for his name's sake. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for thou art with me. Thy rod and thy staff, they comfort me. Thou preparest a table before me in the presence of mine enemies. Thou anointest my head with oil, my cup runneth over. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life, and I will dwell in the house of Yah forever. Hallelujah. Amen. I use that to open up with, for those that are just now tuning in, I open up with the prayer. We open up with Psalms 15. Then we went over the commandments, and that's what me and the young man was discussing. He had a question about it. And now we're in testimonies, where the Almighty has brought a lot of us a mighty long way, and he's still guiding us. So I'm opening up. This is the testimony portion. So if you have any testimonies, let go. Yes, sir.
Praise Yah.
Praise Yahweh.
Yeah. So Yah brought us all through another week to see another Sabbath. Praise Yah for that. Yesterday, I was feeling. My day started out great. I was feeling great. Sun was out, and I got to work. My energy just started draining. By the time I left, I was almost like completely drained. And I was feeling super low when I got back to the house.
Right.
So I started venting to my grandma, which it wasn't really, too much of anything there. But praise Yah, because, I went upstairs and I started to, I was just sitting there thinking, kind of meditating a little bit. And Brother Michael called, and I was like, we started, having a real nice conversation, uplifting conversation, because my spirits were lifted. Praise Yah for that. that's just another example. Like the things we go through, your struggles and everything. I'm realizing that's where our strength comes from. You know, because they say where does it kill you make you strong. And I can understand why this road is so hard, because that's what gives us strength, And y'all brings us through it. And so praise y'all for that.
Praise y'all. Praise y'all. Any other testimonies? Yes, ma'am.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
So I am exceptionally grateful to you because he's just awesome. I don't even know how any other way to say it. But earlier this week, I don't remember the day now, but I was on my way to work and I ended up being 45 minutes late to work because there was an accident on northbound 75.
Whoa.
This accident happened at 8:53. The significance of that is that usually at 8:53, I am at the spot or in the vicinity of the spot this accident took place. But for whatever reason, I shouldn't say for whatever reason, on this particular day, I had everything that I needed to be done before I left for work, but I was moving slow and I couldn't figure out why. And I ended up leaving later than I normally would have. And finally getting to pass where this accident happened, it was two semis. The first semi that I saw had the trailer attached to it, but there was a huge dent in the back of it. And as I saw it, I thought to myself, wow, what hit this truck to make a dent that big in the back of my trailer?
Right.
Then as I was going around, it turns out that a semi hit that semi. That semi flipped. It was upside down. And the cab of that semi was crashed into the median of the highway. I read an article. I saw what happened, but I was still trying to make sense of it. Turned out somebody died in that accident.
Oh boy.
And after I saw that accident as I was on my way to work, I was very shaken by it. I had been in a car accident before where I was thrown out of the car. I didn't have any major injuries. I was sore. That was it. God blessed me and my siblings, my mom, to all live. But in this particular accident, and I also found out later, the other person died as well.
Whoa.
So it just got me to thinking again, like, Yah truly has life in the power of his. He sees fit for some people to live, and for some people to perish. And it's not for me to understand, as my ways are not Yahweh's, but it is for me to be grateful because I serve an Elohim who has that power. And on that particular day, I wholeheartedly believe Yahweh had me moving slow for a reason. Because it would have been very easy for me directly impacted by that accident more so than just being late for work due to traffic, but actually possibly being in it. Because where that accident happened at 8:53, I'm usually in that spot or just past me on my way to work. And so I've had numerous occasions to think about that this week. And it makes me pause and consider and be very grateful to my Elohim.
Hallelujah. Any other testimonies? Testimony time. All right. Well, as we go through the lessons, we'll testify. I have a testimony. Today I got up a little earlier than I normally get up. And I went for a walk today. And I thought about Minister Don. And I knelt down and touched the dew that was on the grass. I looked up and I watched the birds. I stood for a minute and watched the squirrel eat a nut. You understand? And I was walking and I took my time. We rush the Sabbath sometimes. We don't embrace it. Sometimes we can't wait for the sun to go down in some of our spirits. And what I saw was how my life is cluttered. A lot of our lives are cluttered. If I walk into a lot of y'all homes, there's stuff everywhere. And that's indicative to your spirit. That's your life. We hold on to things that no longer exist anymore, saying we're keeping the memory. It's like, okay, time to keep and a time to let go. And I got stuff I need to let go of. Because what happens is we'll keep the old stuff and it won't allow room for the new stuff to come in. I went to my cardiologist yesterday. I had an appointment with my cardiologist. And praise Yahweh, everything looked real good. It looked so good, he took me off of one of my heart medicines. Hallelujah. And sometimes I pause, and I have to say that what I'm going through now, it humbles me. It humbled me. And on my walk, I started thinking, because I let how other people run their houses bother me. And it's none of my business. I don't got time to worry about how you run your house, because I need to be busy on running mine. And the one thing that I think about often is togetherness. And we are a pretty small class. But sometimes when it comes to being together, I thought about, I was sitting here last week and I was eating my lunch and I was by myself. And it's like everybody just be in their own world. But tomorrow's never promised. The only time we get together is when somebody's sick or somebody dies. You know, we show up for funerals, but we don't want to get together for nothing else, really. And it's sad that that happens. It's not just here, it's Israel, period. We're separatists. Everybody walks their own way. And then we wonder why we don't flourish like we can. Yes, ma'am.
I need to come up to talk about my granddaughter and some other things. I'm gonna give a testimony.
Okay, you want to give your testimony up here now? Go right ahead. I'm going to step away for just a second. Give a testimony and speak, but she wants to do it behind the podium, and I'm going to write her, allow her to do so. It's an honor. Yes, ma'am.
Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat shalom.
First and foremost, I'd like to give our praises to the Almighty by saying hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Bear with me.
Take your time. Take your time.
Last month, I stood up in front of the internet in our class, and I spoke about my husband's passing. He passed March 19th, the day before my grandson's birthday. This month, my granddaughter passed the 21st of April, and today is my son's birthday. I have been through a lot. The Almighty has strengthened me. It's not easy having two people that I dearly love pass back to back. My granddaughter was 35 years old, and I talked about, my presentation was about strong Black women. My granddaughter, Tiana Lewis, was a strong Black woman. She was 35. She had children, raising them all on her own. Her and her husband was separated. She was my first granddaughter. I loved her so dearly. She felt like she was my own child. And the Almighty saw that He needed to give me
another child to let me know that she was just my granddaughter, not my child. So he did give me a sixth son, which was Azariah. But I just wanted the our internet audience to know that women are strong. And my granddaughter, Tiana, she was one of the strongest. And she was so strong that when my husband passed, she came to me and she hugged me. She said, Grandma, don't you even worry. I'm here for you. And she came over to my house. She redecorated my bedroom. And the very last time I saw my granddaughter was a year ago. She was at skating with me and my grandsons. And like I said, that was my last time seeing her. And she assured me that she was going to look after me because I had lost her granddaddy. And I just thank the Almighty for giving me a granddaughter that lived with me and came to know the Almighty. In fact, she was so zealous with learning about YAH. Her and my son Azariah was 6, Tiana was she's 3 years older than him. Help me guys, okay, 9. And I taught them the books of the Bible. And what she did, Azariah would get up. We was at 1664 California, and he said the books of the Bible forward, all the way from Genesis all the way. Tiana was so zealous with her learning, she recited them backwards, in order, backwards. And a lot of us don't even know them forward, let alone know them backwards. So I thank the Almighty for giving me a granddaughter and having her before he took her to know him and who he is. And I just thank the Almighty for giving me my granddaughter, Tiana, and my husband, Ezekiel, for 30. Tiana was 35, and my husband, he left at age 73. And I thank you, y'all. And I also ask y'all to strengthen my son, Joel, so he can come back and teach us what's their say, y'all. Thank you very much. Shalom.
Shalom. Thank you, Brother Uriah. Thank you. Shalom. Praise Yahweh. You read the comment.
Letitia asks, have a question, what makes a wife a good wife? And Letitia, Maureen Mike can answer that, but I did do a presentation on that, and I can do another one since you're new. Because I've been a wife for 56 years.
Praise Yah. Do you want to answer that question? Because you did do a very good presentation on that, and she did, and you and Minister Don are exemplify good wives. So if you want to speak on that briefly, go right ahead. I mean, we got time. And then if there's anything you need me to help you with, I got you. But your presentation was spot on. Do you want to just answer her question?
Well, Letitia, like I said, I did a presentation and I still have it, and I will do another one. But just from my personal experience towards being a good wife, I was married at age 17, so I was still very young. I didn't even know YAH. But one thing that I did know, that being married is a commitment. And a lot of us don't want to make commitments. We don't make commitments to our spouses. And we definitely don't make commitments to the Almighty YAH. That's why we continue to sin. There are going to be some ups and downs in relationships. And we have to know that don't give up. So it's not going to be all good. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and tell you that my relationship with my husband was all roses, peaches, and cream, because it's not. So when one is down, the other one is there to pull them up, and vice versa. And again, I did do a presentation on what it takes to be a good wife. And if you like, I'll find that, and I will try to do that again. Now, my son Yoel and his wife, they've been married 27 years. So she's another one that can give you some advice on what it takes to be a good wife. So I hope that helped you. I will do that presentation again. And Maureen Mike could add to something that I just.
Yes. It's not much to really add to it because she covered a lot of bases, but I'll just say the first thing that needs to be done. And I'm going to show you the scripture. Turn to Psalms 93. In the book of Psalms 93, I'm going to read the first verse, and that's it. It says, Yahweh reigneth. He is clothed with majesty. Yahweh is clothed with strength wherewith he hath girded himself. The world also established that it cannot be moved. Now, why did I read Psalm 23 in just the first verse? To be a good wife, because that was your question. To be a good wife, you first have to understand that Yahweh is the one. Put him first. There's no magic to it. Put Yahweh first. Let him be your guide. Let's look at Psalms 100. In the book of Psalms 100, I'm going to read the second and third verse. Serve Yahweh with gladness. Come before his presence with singing. Know ye that Yahweh, he is Elohim. It is he that hath made us, and not we ourselves. We are his people and the sheep of his pasture. I read this because it's important. To be a good wife is to realize that Yah created us. That takes you out of thinking, that should help with the mindset of it's all about me. What makes a good wife is standing on the heels of Yahweh. That's what a good wife will do. Being able to cook and clean and be a great lover or whatever the case may be, those come secondary. But first thing is building a relationship. Here's the thing, the first great wife, the first husband that we should be working towards pleasing is Yahweh. Yahweh said the whole nation is a wife unto him. Because if I can't please Yahweh, then I truly don't have an understanding of what it is to be a husband. If you as a woman can't please Yahweh, then you truly don't have an understanding on what it is to be a wife. So the beginning of being a good wife is putting Yahweh first and letting his way guide your steps. Then we can go to Proverbs 31 and talk about what a virtuous woman is. Where the virtuous woman, let's go there. Let's go there real quick. In the book of, you know what? In the book of Proverbs 31, I'm not going to go over the whole thing. But in the book of Proverbs 31, starting at the 10th verse, it reads, who can find a virtuous woman? For her price is far above rubies. What makes her so valuable? Anybody? What makes her valuable? Yes, sir.
Her relationship with Yah.
There you go. It's not how big her backside is. It's not how huge her bust size is, even though those are beautiful pluses. I am a man. It's not even about how beautiful necessarily she is. But her price is far above rubies because of her relationship with the Creator. My sister, you simply typing in and joining us today shows your selflessness. So any man that gets you, sister, is going to be blessed because you're already walking to the table with something. You're coming to the table wanting to know about who made you, who feeds you, who provides for you, who carries you. So, sister, you're already on the first step of becoming a great wife. So I hope I answered your question, sister. I think later on there's going to be some things talked about, but I hope I answered your question. And please continue with those questions, sister. Like I said, whatever you want to ask, you ask. Praise Yah. I hope I answered your question, my sister. Yes, ma'am.
Yaakov Israel says, all praises to the Master Yah, by saying hallelujah, forever, Shabbat Shalom.
Hallelujah. Shalom, shalom, brother. Yes, ma'am.
The girl says, Shabbat Shalom, family, thanking Yah for his loving kindness and tender mercies. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. Praise Yahweh. All right. So before I go any further, are there any questions? Any other questions on anything? Will I have time to incorporate questions? Are there any questions? You just gonna stare at me or you gonna ask a question?
You know, I know y'all, you two probably talked about this.
Mm-hmm. What's that?
I know somebody asked me this.
Mm-hmm.
Knowing me, I don't know everything. So,
Mhm.
what is an Israelite?
What is an Israelite? As far as
Like, period.
period? Well, for one, an Israelite, the word Israel was derived from where Jacob, what chapter is that? With Jacob, Minister Don? I love saying that. Minister Don. What chapter is that where Jacob wrestled with the angel? Isn't it like
32.
32? Thank you, 32. I'm in the
Genesis
book.
32.
I'm in Genesis 30. Ain't even.
32:24.
Thank you. Turn to the book of Genesis, chapter 32. Thank you, Enoch. Now, this is when Jacob took his two wives that he had. And he went his own way. A man from his father-in-law's house. He went his own way to start his own. He had plenty of flocks with him. He had handmaids. He had his wives. And now it was time for him to put his footprint in society, so to speak, to put his footprint in the world, to leave his heritage, or to begin his heritage. And in the book of Genesis, chapter 32,
Verse 24.
thank you, turn to the 24th verse. It says, and Jacob was left alone. This is when he told his wives and he told his company that he had. He just said, go on. So he was left in this space by himself. And it says here, and Jacob was left alone, and there wrestled a man with him until the break of day, which means that this was deep into the night when he first started wrestling with this man. The break of day is when that light is cracking through the night. And that's an indication that a new day is coming. Okay? So he wrestled with this man until the breaking of the day. And Jacob was left alone, and verse 25, it says, and when he saw, let me read 24 again. It says, and Jacob was left alone, and there wrestled a man with him until the breaking of the day. And when he saw that he prevailed not against him. He touched the hollow of his thigh, the inner thigh. And he touched the hollow of his thigh, and the hollow of Jacob's thigh was out of joint as he wrestled with him. Jacob is injured, and he's still wrestling with this man. We're gonna find out who this man is. See, that's the type, that's where we come from. We don't come from homosexuals. You know what I'm saying? We were bred from, these are what our forefathers were, men. They worked through their pain. We always telling women all the time, y'all should be more like the women of old. Well, hell, we ain't the men of old. We whine worse than babies sometimes. But Jacob, even though he was considered kind of soft, he didn't really have a lot of hair on him, and he was up under his mom a lot. He might have been considered a mama's boy, but look at him. Still wrestling with a man. He didn't cower. He didn't say, ow, my leg. He kept going with it. In verse 26, it says, and he said, let me go. Now, this is the individual that said this. He's wrestling an angel, Malachi. He's wrestling an angel. To the point where the angel's like, man, let me go. Not that he was overpowering the angel, but because he didn't want Jacob to see him. So he told him, man, let me go. I done knocked your thigh out of joint, and you still wrestling with me, man? He said, let me go. Verse 26, for the day breaketh. And he said, I will not let thee go, except you bless me. Jacob said, I ain't letting you go. You got to give me a blessing if you want me to let you go. Because you still trying to hold on. And he's like, man, stop. I done messed up your thigh. You still holding on? But look at the type we come from. When he wrestled this man, which we know was in Malachi, when he wrestled him, he didn't say, hey, you're going to bless me. I want a lot of money. I want more wives. I want more riches. Look at what he said. In verse 27, this is what Jacob wanted. It says, and he said unto him, what is thy name? And he said, Jacob. And he said, thy name shall be no more Jacob, but Israel. For as a prince hast thou power with Elohim and with man, and has prevailed. That's what the name Israel means, to have power with Elohim and with man and prevail. Jacob is the father of all 12 tribes, starting with Yehuda, ending with Yosef. No, ending with, Yosef. Because Benjamin, no, it ended with Benjamin because Benjamin was the younger brother. He was the youngest out of them. And then Jacob had a sister, Dinah. She was the only girl out of all those boys. And we are considered descendants of those 12 sons, which are also considered tribes. Israel is the name that we carry because that's the name that was given to our father Jacob. That is why we're called Israelites, because of our father Jacob. Now, does that mean that every Israelite follow Yahweh? Nope, not at all. But being Israel is part of our heritage. And not every black man is an Israelite either. There are many black nations. The Philistines were black. The Egyptians were black. So it's not that, the Amorites, they were black. These are black nations. But those who clung to the Almighty is who Yahweh brought in and allow, and he holds on to. So that's what Israel means. That's who we are. We are servants to the king. Go ahead.
So I know other nations, they might not be really different from us because they're black and they have the same. So say if they were, but can they become one, or they just can't?
Well, if you were of another nation and you were willing to follow the laws of the Almighty, now you wouldn't be called an Israelite, but you could be part of the tribe of Israel. You could be. If you were born of another nation, no, because you're not an Israelite. But you can cling on to Israel as long as you're willing to partake in or take hold of the covenant. Like circumcision is one of the covenants. The Sabbath day. You want to hold on to those covenants as well with the commandments. You take hold of that. And you call Yahweh your personal master and savior. And you walk with him. Then you can be part of that nation. But you couldn't just say, hey, I'm an Egyptian. Can I? No. Not if you're not willing to. Because when we came out of Egypt with the Exodus out of Egypt, it wasn't just Israelites that left from the land of Goshen or out of Egypt. We had Egyptians. There were many nations that left out with us. There were Egyptians that left out with us because they were willing to cling to the ways of the Almighty, and they saw the power of the Almighty. Now, did they? The situation took place. They created a deity. Israel got mixed up in it, and it was a big mess. But as long as that individual is willing to hold on to Yahweh and serve Yahweh, Yahweh blesses them. It's a blessing to be an Israelite. The reason that we may look at it as a curse is because, well, we're under a curse. Let me say that. Being here is punishment for what our forefathers did and for what we still do. But it doesn't take away from the fact that being Israel is still a blessing because we know who our Father is. And we have a land. We know where our land is. So I hope I answered your question. Any comments or anything? Any questions? Anybody else? Okay. No questions from no one? All right. Okay. Last week, my brother wanted me to finish Psalms. I had dealt with Psalms 73. Let's turn to Psalm 73. Y'all willing? I'm going to go till about 2:30. Sister Don, Minister Don, you have a presentation today? Okay. You'll go, y'all will, at 2:30 to 3:30, and then we'll break and come back at 4 because we're going to 6:30. So you'll go from 4 to 6:30. Well, I want to make sure we get a break in. So now we'll do 2:30 to 3:30. That way we'll get a good break in, and then we'll come back at, yeah, we'll do that. All right. Our best minister. Psalm 73. Brother Uriah, do you mind starting at the first verse, please?
Truly Elohim is good to Israel, even to such as are of a clean heart.
We're in Psalm 73. I want my brother to get there. All right.
Truly Elohim is good to Israel, even to such as are of a clean heart.
Now this psalmist is establishing a point in the beginning that Elohim is true to Israel, even to such as are of a clean heart. I have a question. Not a question. Yeah, I have a question. Change and growth. Well, not a question, more of a statement, I should say. Change and growth is not easy, is it? Yes, I did have a question. It's not easy, is it? To grow and to become a change. Somebody come up to you and say, hey, man, stand at the edge of this cliff. At the bottom of that cliff is greatness. But in order for you to get to it, you got to fly. How many of us would be willing to take the first step to get to greatness?
Depending on who right there saying.
So you saying
I mean, we can deal with the semantics, but I don't want to deal with semantics. I wish we just stick to conversation. I don't want to deal with semantics. I'm not talking about somebody unrighteous. I'm not talking about Satan is telling you to jump. Why would Satan want you to be great?
Okay, but
Yeah, I know you Israel. I forgot. Black people just got to be difficult. But it's about, okay, let me explain for somebody else type in. Okay, you got a righteous person standing next to you, and they like, in order to get to greatness, you got to jump, because greatness is at the bottom. But before you get to that greatness, that this righteous person is that good, that this righteous person is saying, he says you got to get to it. In order for you to get to it, you got to jump. And on your way down, you're going to face letting go of things. Letting go of things that's holding you back from being great. And I'm not dealing with greatness in the sense of success, in the sense of monetary greatness. I'm talking about being able to have peace. Being able to, like you said, brother, you come in and where the environment, you know, how wonderful is it when the environment can't change your spirit? You understand? It's like them 3 Hebrew boys, them 3 Hebrew brothers. When they was put in the fire, the flames didn't change their spirit. Imagine that every step we make out these doors of our home, imagine that we're walking into the fire. We are. And we got to have the spirit of them 3 Hebrew brothers. When you're going to school, going to work, dealing with what I'm dealing with, dealing with what you're dealing with, Minister Don dealing with what she's dealing with. And success is when you can hold on to that spirit that them 3 Hebrew brothers had. No weapon formed against me shall prosper. That's playing in the back of your mind. No weapon formed against me shall prosper. Satan is doing his job. Right? Right? You think you're cool, but then Satan turned the heat up. And you walking. Still have to have that mindset. No weapon formed against me shall prosper. Hallelujah.
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 No weapon against me shall prosper.
Hallelujah.
Excuse me.
Yes, ma'am, my elder.
You went through a lot of scenarios about this, that, and the other. You left one thing out.
I didn't finish. You
Okay.
didn't let me finish because you interrupted.
Okay, I'm sorry. But you
But
didn't put it, well, you should have put that one in there too, in your own homes. That's the one you left out.
Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing. You're right about that. But I didn't want to talk about the home. I'm talking about leaving your home.
Oh, okay.
That's what I'm dealing with.
Okay, I apologize.
Because it is drama in your homes.
Mhm.
But staying on point is dealing with the fact of most people don't necessarily, most people deal with issues in their home. But it's a little easier to control your home environment in a sense than it is the outer environment.
True.
You can't control what's going on your job.
No.
You can't tell your coworker, man, shut up. You look at you, man, you shut up. Now a fight breaks out.
Right.
You understand? You know, but you come home and be like, shut up, you shut up. You know, y'all just like two fools arguing. But you're right. I'm not, you know what? I'm not going to discredit that, because before you get peace or seek peace out there, you have to find it at home. Emma, you're absolutely right. You have to get it at home. If you can't, but even if you live, and let's say you're the only one in your home that follows Yahweh, and everybody else is going their own way, doing their own thing. So I'm glad you brought that up about the home. Everybody in the house doing their own thing. It's the Sabbath. You know, grandma, your mama can cook. You laying in the bed, you like, oh man, why is she doing this? She got, let's say they don't eat pork, but she got turkey bacon cooking. She got some eggs cooking. She making biscuits, your favorite. She making biscuits, and the smell is just coming down and up your room, and you laying in the bed like, oh no, mom, why are you doing this to me? She say to you, you come downstairs and she say to you, son, I know you're going to Bible class, so I made you a little to-go plate. And it's smelling good. And you want to take that plate, but you don't. You would test it. You say, Mom, I'll just put it in the refrigerator for later. I'll make me a sandwich. How you mean to tell me that I was up all morning cooking this for you? Mama, I didn't ask you to do that. I love you and don't say that. Please, don't say that. You say, Mom, I appreciate it, but it's the Sabbath, so I'm just going to wait and eat that later if that's okay. I appreciate what you did, Mom. You don't come at her like, you're going to hell because you cooked on a Sabbath day. You don't do that to your mama, to your Abba. You say, thank you. In Proverbs 15:1, it says, a soft answer turneth away wrath. Thank you, Emma. Thank you, Abba. Or thank you, Mom. Thank you, Dad. But I'm just going to wait and eat it a little later, if that's okay with you. If I can just put it up. I'm just going to, even if you say I'm going to fast today, or I just really wanted a sandwich today, I'm going to eat light today. You understand? But you were put through a test. You understand? But it took change. It took realizing that you had to change and grow in order for you to turn down that fresh smelling turkey bacon, them eggs and them biscuits, you had to come to the understanding of growth. You had to let go of the old you that would have said, man, okay, thank you. It took strength for you to turn that away at that moment and hold tight to honoring the Sabbath day, if that was done on the Sabbath day. But it hurts. Growth and change is not easy. Let me explain something to you. I have a confession to make. I have a very smart mouth. Yeah, because I'm used to capping, and I'm used to always feeling like I'm used to always feeling like somebody's attacking me. Because when I was younger, when I was y'all age, I didn't really stand up for myself. So when I got older and got a little muscle on me, I was like, nah, you shut up. Who was you talking to? Who do you think you're talking to? And not even becoming a minister, but becoming a servant of Yahweh, I had to work on changing that. So when people come on here and they say something like, and I ask a question and they say, well, your question don't make sense. In my mind, I want to say something real fly, but that's not going to get the point across. So what I have to show is humility. So what I did was I went home. So when I ask questions, if I ask a question, I'm gonna write it down and read it. Except for you, you're just difficult. You just no, but that takes growth. That takes growth. Somebody yelling at you and in your face, and you just stand there quiet. Well, they don't touch your body. You like I told you, I'm gonna tell you, you take a fool. Because I've been a fool plenty of times. Watch a fool. They hollering and screaming at you. What's the thing that irritates a fool the most when they're going off on you? You just quiet. Silence. Oh, you ain't gonna say nothing. You ain't gonna say, boom, you ain't gonna say nothing. I'm so tired. And you just sitting there. You might even smile like, man, whatever, man. See, that's what I be talking about. Because fools always go back into old things. That's why when you were 6, man, I'm grown. Why you bringing up when I was 6, man? Yeah, but it takes growth to hold your peace. You understand? Yes, sir. You had your hand up?
Oh, no, I was just not.
You was just showing your hands. Look at my palms.
That was it.
Okay. All right. Any other comments or questions? All right. But let me say this. When it comes to growth and change, it does hurt. Think about something. Minister Don, you can correct me if I'm wrong. But have you, when you're about to start your garden, and I learned this with my garden, you got to turn the dirt. I had to turn my dirt because it was most of the dirt that I have is clay. It was clay. So I had to try to, well, I had a brother come over who does lawn work, and he had the tools to actually turn the dirt. So he turned the dirt, and still it was clay. Didn't have a lot of good dirt. So I had to put this organic dirt down. And I'm gonna tell you, it was dirty work. But what flourished from that, you understand? Each of us in here are seeds, right? In order for us to truly grow, we have to be put in the dirt. And then when Yahweh waters us, we flourish. We grow. We become stronger. Most of your trees start out as seeds, plants, seeds. And then you're put in the dirt. The dirt is the trials and the tribulations and the temptations. And you put in that dirt. And then once that dirt, with an individual who's changing and growth, like that seed, it uses the dirt to nourish itself. Like Minister Elisha would say, that if show me a man that has not any adversity, and I'll show you a man with no character. That dirt, when you use that pain, don't live in it, but you use it. As Popeye used spinach to strengthen himself, to beat Brutus. And you use that dirt to strengthen yourself, to grow. I used to be a drug dealer. I'm not no more. I got to use that to grow. It's part of my life, but it doesn't have to be in my life. Change and growth. Dealing with old things, dealing with issues of old, just because the old is always going to be there. Who you used to be, because most people ain't going to let you go from who you used to be. They're going to say, well, I remember when you used to. I remember when you used to. They just won't let you go and be great. So when that righteous man or righteous woman stands next to you and let's say they take your hand and they say, in order for us to get to this peace, in order for us to get to this greatness, we got to jump. On the way down, there's going to be bumps. There's going to be bruises. There's going to be scrapes. You might even lose a lock or two. But when you get to the bottom, there's peace. There's peace. Any comments on that? Questions? You got a question, son?
I was gonna say something.
Man, if you're gonna say something, say something. It's the time to do it, brother. You sure? All right. Okay. All right. Psalm 73. Go back. We'll read the first verse again, please.
Truly Elohim is good to Israel, even to such as are of a clean heart. But as for me, my feet were almost gone. My steps had well nigh slipped.
Now, how many of us slip?
What do you mean?
Slip, error, make a mistake. Well, I ain't even gonna say a mistake, because a mistake is something you do unconsciously. Here's what a mistake is. You open the refrigerator and you spill the milk. Now that was a mistake. But a lot of the things that we do on purpose. We do for a reason, which makes it presumptuous and not through ignorance. But a lot of times, when it says here, my foot slipped, what the psalmist is talking about was, I was on the road to doing good. And then I saw her. Then I lost my job. Then I opened my refrigerator and I didn't see any food. Then I got an eviction notice. So I'm sitting there thinking, let me use it to today's time. I'm sitting there thinking like, damn, my cousin told me I could sell weed. If I want to make a little extra money, I can sell some weed. If I want to make a little extra money, he told me I can take these I could take these stolen car parts and cash them in. And I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking about it because, you know, I'm a man and I'm in the mood for loving. And this sister, she willing to give it to me without me doing much. You understand? She cute, she thick, she looks delicious. And she's sitting there smelling good, looking good. You know what I mean? I'm about to call her to come over to the house after the Sabbath. We gonna Netflix and chill, or we gonna watch Spectrum and chill. That's, you understand? We gonna kick it. I ain't gonna try nothing. Maybe. See your foot slipping. Because at any given moment, we'll give in to our desires before we'll give in to the Creator. But then with the same tongue that we use to praise Yahweh with is the same tongue that causes a lot of our actions to show and to curse the Almighty. Let me give you an example of that. Foot slip. King David. King David was a strong advocate for the Almighty, wasn't he? But when did he slip? When he saw Uriah's wife, Bathsheba. When he saw her doing her normal bathing. Let me say something. Our women are beautiful. I don't care how thick a white woman is. No disrespect to white folks that may be listening, but ain't nothing like our sisters, man. Nothing. Even when you look at our sisters, like, I wish I could turn the camera on my Ema. She don't look her age at all. At all. She is beautiful. Beautiful. And our women, especially when you take good care of yourselves, age gracefully. But some of the other cultures, they look like this the older they get. They start looking like, this is Miss Ethel. You understand? They start looking like this because Yahweh has blessed us with melanin. Where some nations, other nations, speaking of more white nations, they have to wear sunscreen to protect them from the sun. The sun is used to nourish our skin. We weren't made for cold climates. We were created to be in warmer climates. That's why the sun loves us. The sun loves us because we're part of the earth. We come from the earth. We come from the earth. But I said all that to say that this individual had got caught up in his feelings. And he got caught up in his feelings. And the ways of Yahweh just totally was put to the side because he's in his feelings about what he's seeing or what he's experiencing. We have to be strong to hold on to the Creator, even during times of pain, during times of heartache, during times of failure. We still have to hold on to the Most High Yahweh. Verse 3, son. And this is the reason why. Verse 3 is going to explain why his feet almost not slipped in verse 2.
33.
Psalms 73, verse 3. Go ahead, son.
For I was envious at the foolish when I saw the prosperity of the wicked.
Many of us have been envious of fools. Because it look like they have fun, don't it? They go around smoking all day without a care in the world, right? You got your boy who, you go out with him. Here it is, you trying to be righteous. But you go out with your boy and he always up in the female face. And the females are in his face all the time, right? Sometimes that's how you get girls is through him. And I ain't talking about any type of female. I'm talking about dimes, not nickels, quarter pieces, $50 pieces, full. I'm talking about bam. Talking about when they walk in the room, your jaw drop like, and he just walk up to him casually and be like, "So with you?" Nothing, I'm just, and you watching him. And here it is, you like, I'm gonna hold on to my virtue. I'm gonna hold on to my virtue. I'm gonna hold on to my virtue. And then you see him rubbing all on him, just met him, just rubbing all on him and taking him in and kissing on him like, "Yeah, what's up with you? Why don't you come holler at my boy?" And she come over there sashaying to you, smelling sweet. And you like, I'm gonna hold on to my virtue. I'm gonna hold on to my virtue. I'm gonna hold on to my virtue. And then by you holding on to your virtue, because you holding on to where Yahweh said there should be no whoremongers or whores, she look at you like you a lame. She looks at you like you a lame. You say, hey, no relations, no physical relations until marriage. You her. I'm gonna tell you, date a woman, date a female, and don't want to have physical relations with her. But you like spending time with her. Her girlfriend's gonna say either he a funny duddy or he got somebody on the side. Because they're not gonna look at it as, dang, he really does respect me. He loves me and he respects his God. They're gonna look at it like, you gotta be this. You a down low brother because you're choosing not to go against the Almighty. But when you see somebody who goes against the Almighty and they still getting blessed, that will make you envious. That'll make you go, Yahweh, why is this person still getting blessed? Why is this person still able to go out here and sell drugs on my corner, in my neighborhood, and the people love him? They love him. So you begin to be what? Sort of envious. Because you feel like, here it is. I'm working an honest job, doing an honest living, but this person here it is, I'm making $500 a week. 500 to him is play money. When he's walking around with 20 bands in his pocket. He's walking around with bricks of dope in his car. And the police just let him go by. But let me go just a tad over the speed limit. I'm getting pulled. And I'm trying to do what's right. Not to say that they don't get pulled over, but I'm trying to do what's right. Here it is, car broke down. I'm catching the bus. I see him dropping off drugs. He getting into a Lamborghini. He getting into a Tesla. I'm the one struggling, but he's the one blessed. So that individual who walks with Yahweh feels as though he's doing it in vain and begins to feel envious of the wicked. Now, you had a question or a comment? Or did you just want to show the palm of your hand again? You had your hand up. Okay. Going to once again, this is why I'm envious of the foolish. Yes, sir.
Oh yeah, that's what it was.
Mhm.
You know, talking about, I guess, self-love.
Mhm.
But you know, like they'll bless them, or they're still blessing them. But you gotta think on, well, for me, what are they doing it for? Like, are they doing it to help people, or are they just doing it for their own? So,
I mean,
but
if you're selling drugs in your neighborhood, you're not doing it to really help because you're poisoning your community. You understand? You're turning mothers into deadbeats. You're turning fathers into deadbeats because they want to chase that drug and not take care of their families. I don't care how many turkeys you buy them on Thanksgiving or how much money you give to the community centers. You still destroying your neighborhood. But it seems like they're blessed. It seems like they're blessed. And the next verse reads, for there are no bands in their death, and their strength is firm. You feel like, dang. As soon as let me cross the street before the sign tells me to walk, I get a jaywalking ticket. This person parked their car all in the middle of the street to go speak to something. You ever been in the hood? Sometimes they ain't in the hood. But where somebody will park right in the middle of the street. But and they don't have no regard for nobody else. You coming out of a parking lot and they'll park right in front of you. Hey, Tone, let me holler at you. You like, I need to go around. Move. But it seems as though there's no bands in their death, but their strength is firm. You talking about Yahweh to them, and they like, man, you talking about Yahweh to me, and I'm more successful than you, brother. You talking about don't work on the Sabbath day. What you mean don't work on the Sabbath day? Man, I'm making overtime by working on the Sabbath day, and I'm blessed. You the one struggling. Continue reading verse 5.
They are not in trouble as other men, neither are they plagued like other men. Therefore pride compasses them about as a chain, violence covereth them as a garment. Their eyes stand in silence, they have more than heart could wish. They are corrupt and speak wickedly concerning oppression. They speak loftily.
They are corrupt because there is no bands in their death. Pride compasses them as a chain. You trying to school them and tell them about, hey, true salvation, and they like, true salvation? What's that, a new shoe? And you like, brother, sister, I'm trying to school you. Don't you want peace? They like, nigga, I got peace. I got an AK, I got a 9 milli, I got a, you know what I'm saying? I got a, you know what I'm saying? I got a bunch of, you know, I got pieces. Not pieces, brother, peace. Yeah, my pieces get me peace. And then that takes away. And they like, man, whatever, man. I ain't trying to hear. Or they hit you with, you know, you do what you do, I do what I do. Or they might say, well, maybe I'll do it later. As though tomorrow is promised. You understand? But they're corrupt. They speak wickedness. Because, and as a person who's trying to do right, that'll make you look like, that'll make you feel like, well, damn, what's the purpose of me celebrating the Sabbath? Why am I up here buying clothes and looking at the tags? Yahweh, you blessed them anyway. You understand? Here it is. You telling me not to serve another God. This person over here is Muslim. This person over here is a Christian. And they don't even recognize you as God or as Elohim. And they blessed. Why are you still blessing their hands? When they give your blessing to another God. Continue reading.
They set their mouth against the heavens, and their tongue walking through the earth.
There is no Elohim. There is no God. AKA atheist. There is no God. There's only science. And you like, brother, sister, explain to me this. Well, I have a theory. You know what a theory is? The theory is a guess. It's actually an educated guess. But if you educated on something, then you're not guessing. So they throw educated in there to make it seem as though, well, here's my theory. When you have a theory, that means you're guessing, you're not sure. That's what a theory is. But they'll curse the heavens. They'll curse the Most High. Continue reading, son.
Therefore, as people return hither, the waters of a full cup are wrung out to them. And they say, how doeth Elohim know? And is there knowledge in the Most High? Behold, these are the world. They increase in riches. Verily, I cleanse my heart in vain and wash my hands in innocency. For all the day long have I been plagued and chastened every morning. If I say, I will speak thus, behold, I should offend against the generation of thy children.
If I tell you the wrong that you're doing, how your walk is wicked, you're not going to look at it like, oh, this brother showing me love or this sister showing me love. You're going to look at it as, damn, you're getting on my nerves. You don't believe me? Go to a cookout. Go to a family cookout. Ask Big Tone, who's normally on the grill, or Uncle Rob, who wear the dress socks with his shorts, and say, hey, are them beef or pork? You might look at you and be like, if you don't get away from my grill, you go to the table and be like, you know, how was them, what kind of meat in them greens? Will somebody get Moses a salad? And they'll downplay your righteousness. Or you trying to be righteous. They'll downplay it. They'll say, well, somebody get him, because this guy, and that's what they'll do. And they become offended by your goodness. You ever did try to do something good for somebody and they was offended by it? You know somebody's struggling, and you be like, hey man, here go $40. Nigga, I don't need your money. I don't need your money. You be like, brother, I'm just trying to help you. Man, I don't need your money. I don't need this. I'm good. Like, bro, your tank is on E. You ain't ate in 3 days. I'm trying to help you out. I'm good. Pride. You offended them. Or let's go a little deeper than that. You go into your jobs. You mind your business. You ain't in people's faces. You go in, you do your job. That's what you do. You going in. You know what I'm saying? Let's say you at your job and you just working. People come by, speaking to you. You speak, hey, how you doing? You ain't in people's business. When you go to the lunchroom, you sit by yourself. Eat your little cheese sandwich. Drink your little mango juice. I like those things. You sit down, minding your business. You might even have your scriptures out. She thinks she better than us. He think he better than us. Them Bible thumpers kill me. Don't want to talk to nobody. Don't want to go to lunch with us. Look at him. Get on my nerves. And all you doing is keeping the peace within yourself. You offended that person by keeping your peace. That's the type of world we live in. Heck, that's an example of you living in somebody else's house and you trying to do right. No, no, ma'am, I don't want no pork. You was right on this. I know. But I know better now. I don't want that. Matter of fact, I don't even eat meat no more. Well, you one of them rabbits. No, I'm not a rabbit. I just want a healthy body. Your old grandma lived to be 150, living off of chitlins and pork chops. But maybe she could have lived to be 151 if she didn't eat the chitlins and pork chops. What, man?
Oh,
go ahead, man. I'm messing with you. Go ahead. Because you had to obviously interrupt me. Stop. Go ahead, man.
Oh, sorry, but that's the point. How do they live that long? By just disrespecting them?
That's it's a great question. It's the Most High's mercy.
Solomon said he's seen the wicked increase in wickedness
Mm-hmm.
and live longer days in their wickedness, and you see the prosper or the righteous live shorter days in righteousness.
Mm-hmm. But there's something that's deep about that. Because Yahweh has a special love for the righteous. That if you're so righteous, he'll take you. So you don't see the destruction that's coming. That's the mercy of our Father. These next two verses are going to really stand out. Next two are really going to stand out. Read 16, please.
When I thought to know this, it was too painful for me.
He was thinking, I can't win for losing. That was his mindset. I can't win for losing. If I give in and give into how my foot slipped, if I give into it, then guess what? I'm cursing my Father. But if I don't give into it and I keep walking with the Creator, then I'm going to offend my fellow man. And this man's, he's in turmoil. He's in spiritual turmoil right now. because he's trying to live in two worlds. One pleasing the Almighty and one trying to please man. And in pleasing man, that's also trying to please himself. So he's living this way. This is where his mind is. But this 17th verse is where his eyes will open. Read the 17th verse.
Until I went into the sanctuary of Elohim, then understood I therein.
There you go. That's why it's important to have people around you that fear the Most High Yahweh. To be able to come to a place, if you have one. If you don't, to be able to be around individuals that fear Yah. To be around individuals that truly have a disdain for evil. That's why it's important to surround yourself with as much individuals of righteousness. But like it was stated yesterday, when you walk with Yahweh, you're never alone. Never alone. It could be a room, it could be just you in a room with a bunch of people that's only on one side of that room. But you know what? When we walk with Yah, there's more with us than it is with them. Praise Yah. Any comments? Any questions?
I got a testimony.
Go ahead, brother. Go ahead with your testimony.
So one day, this is a testimony about my failures and shortcomings with Yah's mercy.
Mm-hmm.
So my aunt had came with my grandma from Virtuous one day.
Mm-hmm.
And they had a pot, a pumpkin pot.
Mm-hmm.
And it was for the house. I didn't know what the ingredients was in it.
Mm-hmm.
But I went and ate a piece anyways. Afterwards, after eating it, I'm like, I felt some type of way. I felt bad. Like, I didn't, I just ate it anyways without even knowing what was in it. So I prayed, asked for forgiveness.
Mm-hmm.
The next day, my grandma, I'm walking downstairs and she asked me to get a slice of pie for her.
Mm-hmm.
So I go and I get her a piece.
Mm-hmm.
And then I say, me another piece. Now that was the last piece I had. Because not too long after that, there was another aunt who was living with us at the time.
Mm-hmm.
She came and she had brought me personally 2 pies.
Mm-hmm.
One was blueberry, and the other was pumpkin or sweet potato or something. The ingredients to those, and it's clean. So I really felt some type of way after that. Not too long after that, I got sick, like a day later too. I took that as like God's correction, which, rightfully so.
Mm-hmm.
Come to find out later though, I'm walking through the store and I see a Virtuous pumpkin pie in the freezer section. So I'm like, let me check these ingredients.
Mm-hmm.
Come to find out, it's gelatin or lard, one of them, in that pot.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm like, wow. Because in that moment, I really felt like God's love, mercy, compassion. Because He blessed me, still blessed me, but I was desiring, craving, even after sinning against Him. I prayed, because I got sick like a little bit after that too.
Mm-hmm.
And I couldn't even be mad though. Like, praise Him.
Praise Yahweh. That's a deep testimony. And it's something that we've all done. We've all done it. But some of us have done it and come to the realization, hold on, should I have eaten that? And then you got some of us that have done it and they're like, oh well. Oh well. I'm gonna tell you. And some may disagree with me, but the tough individuals to try to show something to is Israel. Because when Israel wants something, we want it. It don't say pork. It don't have to. It's got an ingredient in it. It don't say it. It don't say it. But it don't have to. This is, you know, the gelatin could be from swine. It could be from a horse. It could be from anything. Well, it don't say it. It says gelatin. I like Jello, so that's what's in it. No, gelatin is not. Try to explain that. Israelites sometimes, especially when it's dealing with something, like I said, that they really want. I done went out with Israelites and asked questions about certain foods and how it's prepared. And they look at me like, oh. Like if I go to a restaurant, I'm gonna tell you something. This is a testament. Me and my wife, we went to this restaurant. It was an Asian restaurant. And we ordered some food. She ordered, and we were hungry that day. I mean, hungry. So we went and she ordered, and they cooked the food, you know, kind of like you see it. It's a counter with things, and you see them cooking the food like an Asian restaurant. She ordered some chicken, grilled chicken. And I'm standing there, and I'm watching them prepare it. And on the grill that they put my wife chicken, there was shrimp right next to it. And the same spatula they used to turn the shrimp, they used to turn her chicken. Now, we done paid for the food. No, we didn't pay for it yet. We had ordered it, and we're waiting for the food. And I looked at my wife, and I said, babe, now, mind you, we hungry. I said, babe, you know, they touching your chicken with the same thing that they touching the shrimp with. She said, for real? She went over to Mung Chu, whatever his name is, and said, excuse me, cancel my order. I looked at her, and I was just in love. In love with the fact that you're gonna stand with Yahweh. Even though we hungry, everything, other places was closed, and we like, what we gonna do? What we did was we went home and we ate something. And we ate it with a clear conscience, which made it even more delicious. You understand? So that's basically it. So I'm gonna take these moments here, because I think, sis, I'm gonna stop at 2. And then you just come up after me. I'm gonna stop at 2 o'clock and you come up after me. And then I guess you can teach to however long you want to teach to. That's what we'll do. That's yeah. So then that way, that'll give me 2 hours, that'll give you, so you'll go from 2 to 4. 2 to 4. And we'll break it 4, Elder. We'll break it 4. So then that way, 2 hours for her, and then we'll break it 4 o'clock. Cool with that, guys? All right. Okay. Yeah, because he's right. Everybody should get at least a couple hours in to teach. So that is only fair. Praise Yah. Hallelujah. All right. Last week I talked about faith and belief. Sometimes it's hard to have faith in something that you can't see, right? Especially when it's coming to a higher power. Someone that we say dictates your movement, dictates your life, right? Sometimes it's difficult. But however, when the Almighty says, taste me, try me, and see that I'm sweet, Sometimes you just have to on faith and believe. And I'm gonna tell you, the Almighty doesn't have the same relationship with us as he did our forefathers. Yahweh is real. He's real. We are a walking testament that he's real. Even if you don't even believe that he's real through you, go outside. Look at life. Think about how there's an octopus. Excuse me. It's not an octopus, it's some type of squid that when it's in danger, it reverts back to an infant and then grows up all over again. I saw that on a science show. I think it's some type of squid or something that when it's threatened, it reverts back to an infant and then grows up all over again. Can't tell what man did that. What man created something like that? Most of us as men don't even know how to barbecue, let alone create something that can regenerate itself. There's no creator. Can't tell me. You get sick. What does your body do with those germs or that virus? The body makes it part of its makeup so that when the virus comes again, you sort of have a defense against it. You cut yourself. The blood clots. The heart pumps blood to the injured portion of your body. Our bodies can regenerate itself. That's not man. Man tries to duplicate it. The birth, the pregnancy. Man to tell you, I can make a baby in a machine. You have a seed. We as men have a seed that we use to plant in our beautiful gardens known as our wives. The reason we don't appreciate it because we're so busy making our women baby mamas and not wives. Maybe that's why we struggle. We're making baby mamas and not wives. But just imagine that seed that I know you release every day. I'm messing with you, brother. But that seed, once it's planted in the womb of the woman, and it's not just one, it's millions. And it may only be one or two or however many the Almighty allowed to fertilize the woman's egg that burrows in that egg to eventually one day go from being a zygote to being someone that sits just like you. That's Yahweh. That's the Almighty. All right, I'm going to read my poem, Yahweh Bless Me. Then I'm going to get down. Thank you, Yah. His hands heal. His words create. And we are the creations of his words. The beauty of his image rests upon us. Praise Yah. So, as I stated, Elder Yim had a point. I'm going to get down. Minister, I love saying that. Minister Sister Don is going to teach from 2 to 4. And then we'll take our break at 4 and to 4:30, if that's okay. We'll go to 4 to 4:30 and then come back. And then Elder Minister, if it's okay with him, Elder Minister Yemuel will come at 4:30 and teach to y'all at 6:30. That's to give us 2 hours. 2 hours. Yeah, that's 2 hours, right? Yeah, that'll work. He was absolutely right, because it wouldn't be fair for me to give Minister Sister Dawn just an hour, and I'm sitting up here almost 2 hours in. That wouldn't be fair at all. So I'm done with my shenanigans. And it's an honor and a privilege to bring up our next great speaker. And I'm speaking of none other than your mama, your mama, your mama. Minister Don, praise Yah. Let us rise and stand as the minister comes to the podium, please.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Y'all can sit down. I feel conflicted when I hear your mama jokes, because we're supposed to have respect and regard for our mothers, because Yahweh told us to. But when somebody says your mama behind something, it is usually quite funny. I'm sorry. I feel so conflicted. Anywho, Shabbat Shalom, everybody.
Shabbat Shalom.
How are we today?
Praise Yahweh. Blessed, highly favored.
You must be the only one, because yours is the only voice I heard.
And those shoes are fire.
Oh, thank you.
Praise Yah.
Praise Almighty Yahweh. Okay, so what's good on the Sabbath day, people?
Man, woke up, saw the sun, went outside, listened to the birds singing. They were singing.
They had a
were
lot to say today.
communicating. Yeah. Watched the squirrel eat a nut. Yes. I enjoyed that.
Hallelujah.
Yes.
Hey, Elijah, what's happening with you today?
All right.
Okay.
It's good to see you. I'm going to need you to use a little more enthusiasm, though, because that, all right, sound like you just woke up out the bed and you're not happy to be alive. Are you happy to be alive, sir?
Yeah.
Say it with your chest. Are you happy to be alive, sir?
Yes.
Okay, great. Everybody should see the smile on his face right now. It's awesome.
It is awesome.
Yeah, hallelujah. Okay, so I would like to open up with Malachi Chapter 2.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm gonna apologize in advance. I'm just really happy and grateful to be alive on another Sabbath day. So, in saying that, it's very likely that I'm going to do random things. I'll probably be dancing. I'll probably be humming a bit. I'm just telling you in advance. I'm not a weirdo. Just happy.
Praise Yah.
Hallelujah.
And that's how I'm expressing my happiness today.
Praise Yahweh.
So in Malachi Chapter 2, I would like to begin reading verse 10 and 11. Have we not all one Father?
Teach.
Have not one Elohim created us? Why do we deal treacherously, every man against his brother, by profaning the covenant of our fathers? Yehuda has dealt treacherously, and an abomination is committed in Israel and in Jerusalem. For Yehuda has profaned the holiness of Yahweh, which he loved, and has married the daughter of a strange deity. People, we have made strange deities our bedmates. That's why there are so many of us in different religions with different beliefs or thought processes, because we have failed to focus on the true and living creator whose name alone is Yahweh.
Praise Yah.
So having said that, I'm going to talk about one of these deities. Now, this deity, you all may be very familiar with one portion of this deity's name, because it's quite popular.
That's a fine.
It's a car.
What?
Yes. They get us all the time. Why we got to be on our P's and Q's? It's the name of a deity. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. All right.
Said that so many times.
That's what I'm saying. They get us coming and going,
Yes.
but we swear we're righteous.
Say that. Say it.
We commit sins all day, every day. Some unbeknownst to us and some of us purposely, but we swear up and down that we're righteous.
Mhm.
And we're still facing the fruit of our unrighteousness. Every day we in Babylon,
Mhm.
separated from our Elohim. So this deity, those two words literally mean wise Lord. This deity was the most important deity in ancient Persian mythology. Persia was the ancient name of the land of Iran. Just to give you a little bit of placement there. Okay. And this deity was part of the religion called Zoroastrianism. And supposedly it is one of the world's oldest monolithic religions. It's pre-Islamic. They also like to attribute the beginnings of Christianity and Judaism to this religion, which I thought was interesting, considering that the service of Yahweh began way before people associated religions with deities. But I guess if you're Judaic, then it may apply. All right, so when this religion became widespread in Iran around 600 BC, this entity became its supreme deity. The Persians considered him to be the creator of the earth, the heavens, and humankind, as well as the source of all goodness and happiness on earth. Pause.
Wow.
Let's just take a moment. Normally, I would read about all the different attributes of a deity before I get into praising Yahweh, but they pushed it with that one. So let's set some things straight. Okay, let's go to Amos chapter 9. Tell you, they be talking about these deities and they do the most. This deity is not the creation of all mankind. I'm very upset now. Because you're trying to take the credit of my father. I don't appreciate it. He has given us life and breath, and you do not get to take credit for what he does. All right. So in Amos chapter 9, let's read in verse 6. It says, "It is he that buildeth his stories in the heaven, and has founded his truth in the earth. He that called for the waters of the sea, and pours them out upon the face of the earth." Yahweh is his name.
Hallelujah.
I don't care if they took it out of the book. Yahweh is his name. This deity does not get to get off with that. How dare you?
Mhm.
Okay, so also Genesis chapter 1, verse 1. In the beginning, Elohim created the heaven and the earth. It was Yahweh, not this deity.
That's right.
It goes on further to read. Ooh, almost forgot about the good stuff today.
I brought a book if you want to use it.
I may need to take you up on that to my battery. Thank you for the offer. Okay, so I was going to save this for later too. But why not? Seize the day. All right. So in the book of Jubilees, chapter 2 and verse 2. Again, another one of those books that they said don't need to be in the Bible. It gives people too much information and would make them think. And then when someone tells them something, they'd say, you lied. When you keep knowledge away from people, you can keep them stupid and they're easier to control. FYI. Okay, so in the book of Jubilees, chapter 2 and verse 2, it says, "For on the first day he created the heavens which are above the earth, and the waters, and all the spirits which serve before him, the angels of the presence, and the angels of sanctification, and the angels of the spirit of fire, and the angels of the spirit of the winds, and the angels of the spirit of the clouds, and of darkness, and of snow, and of hail, and of hoarfrost, and the angels of the voices of the thunder, and of the lightning, and the angels of the spirits of cold, and of heat, and of winter, and of spring, and of autumn, and of summer, and of all the spirits of all his creatures which are in the heavens and on the earth. He created the abysses and the darkness, eventide, the light, dawn, and day, which he hath prepared in the knowledge of his heart. And thereupon we saw his works and praised him and lauded before him on account of all his works. For 7 great works did he create on the first day. Now, it goes on to describe the things that Yahweh created day by day. But the grand point of me reading that was Yahweh is the creator of all things. I will not stop saying it. It needs to be known. Yahweh is the creator of all things.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. Okay, so this deity later came to be known as they do not say why or how for, but isn't it odd that a deity could change his name? Yeah. I guess he just decided, today I want to be someone new.
Right.
Address me as such. Sounds like the works of Ben to me. All right, so this deity appears in Persian art and texts as a bearded man wearing a robe covered with stars. He supposedly dwells high in heaven, and he had the sun for an eye. Does anybody see anything ridiculous about this?
Yeah. Marlon.
Okay, so you exactly. Again, there are things that just travel through time that keeps resurfacing as different things, and we just accept it as part of popular culture, or we see it in something and we just make no big to do of it. There was a movie when I was little. It was a Disney film about Mickey Mouse. He was a wizard. He had on a robe that was covered in stars. My mother would not let me watch that because she went to the Kingdom Hall and they were witnesses, my entire family. And so there were things that they tried to keep me from. Interestingly, I learned that the creator's name was Yahweh by going there. See how Yah works? Even when you're in a bad place, he still makes known his presence. Anyway, there were things that my mother would not allow me to take part of or see because she always said it was wicked or demonic. And that was the extent of it. And I look back on them things, Yahweh knew what he was doing. Even though they got off on the wrong exit, they were in a way on the right road.
Right.
Helping me get to where I needed to be. So thank you, Yahweh.
Beautiful point.
Okay, so he appears in Persian art wearing a beard and a robe covered in stars. Supposedly he dwells in heaven. He has a sun for an eye. I can't even look at the sun with my naked eyes. So why would I have a deity whose head encompasses the sun and that's how he sees? Does anybody else see anything odd about that?
They're trying to mimic the glory of the Almighty and how you, like you said, like the sun and I'm
He has
sorry. It was
not 2 eyes. Okay, here's the other thing too.
okay,
Yahweh made man in his image, correct?
correct.
We have eyes, we have a nose, we have a mouth, we have ears, we have hands, we have feet, we have arms, we have legs, we have a torso. Now, if we are made in the Most High's image, why don't people only have 1 eye after the look of this deity?
Good point.
And I'm just saying, I mean, we need to, I don't think oftentimes we process things in real time with common sense. We just accept the things that people tell us. He must know what he's talking about because he reads. You can read too.
So he was a cyclops.
He was a cyclops with a very bright centered eye. He was associated with light and fire, I would imagine, having the sun as an eye. And the emblems of this deity are truth, goodness, and wisdom. Such pillars of things to stand upon. Truth, goodness, and wisdom, even though it's stemming from a lie. This deity created 6 divine beings to help him spread goodness and govern the universe. Interesting. His enemy was his twin brother, the deity of darkness, anger, and death. As the Zoroastrians had a view that two forces are battling for control of the world. All right, enough of this malarkey. Get to some real stuff here.
Let's see.
Thank you for indulging me with that fairy tale of deities. Now, I'd like to go back to Amos chapter 5, please. And I know there are people who don't believe in God, if you will. And they think that the scriptures are a lie. They made it up. How could anybody do any of these things? Well, I'll tell you who can do these things. In Amos chapter 5, we're going to read in verse 8. Well, in Amos chapter 5, in verse 8, it says, "Seek him that makes the 7 stars and Orion, and turns the shadow of death into the morning, and makes the day dark with night, that calls for the waters of the sea and pours them out upon the face of the earth. Yahweh is his name." Let's go a couple pages over, since we read that again, to chapter 9. And let's read in verse 6 again. Yes, there are other scriptures that say it, but in lieu of the fact, today is such a beautiful day, I want to keep talking about the fact that Yahweh made stuff. And he made stuff we should appreciate because it's beautiful. He built the stories in the heaven. Okay. Pause. You ever go outside and look at the sky? And not necessarily on a sunny day. Any given day. Look up at the sky. Sometimes there are clouds. Sometimes there's not. Sometimes it's gray. The sky is a beautiful shade of brilliant blue. Other times it's gray. Looks a little dismal. Maybe even sad and thought-provoking. Sometimes there are these strange clouds. They say that are no longer, clouds aren't natural anymore because men have messed that up too. Pollution, all kinds of things. The grand point being, Yahweh created it. And it's awesome in all of its forms. Have you ever been to the ocean to see the actual water? How it goes out and it comes back. And depending on the time of day, it will go back a little further. It may come in a little shorter. That's all Yahweh's creation. That's not something that man can alter or change. Even if they have tried, they have desperately tried. But the water only goes as far as Yahweh wants it to go. That is part of the beauty. One small snippet of the beauty that our Creator has made. And again, we don't give him the praise and the glory that he is deserving of. And we need to stop it. Let's go to Psalms chapter 47. Now, the Psalms are songs. So sometimes when I read these songs, I imagine someone actually singing them. In Psalms chapter 47. At the beginning of it, it says, "To the chief musician, a psalm for the song's holiness. Yahweh reigns over the heathen." Even though they create these different deities, these different days, they create such abominations that cause us to forsake Yahweh's name. It's Yahweh who reigns over that too. And know that if we keep Yahweh's laws, he'll be merciful to us in that. Another testimony. I was at a store yesterday and I saw these shoes. I have a bit of shoe fetish. And so I tried on these shoes. I checked the back of them because a lot of times the heel portion of a shoe is lined in pig suede. You can tell that it's pig suede because it has tiny holes in it. They've gotten so deceitful now that they will smooth down the leather to diminish the appearance of the holes in it. So now it's more difficult to tell whether or not it's pig suede. It hasn't gone away completely. You just got to look more closely. I didn't look closely enough. When I got someplace where there was more light, I looked again, and I'll be darned. It's pig suede. Even though the shoe was made of cow leather, the tiny portion on the heel is made of pig's blood. How diabolical of a people do you have to have or be around that will take an animal that's clean, but will still ruin it with something unclean? That's why we need Yahweh's mercy.
Hallelujah.
Oh,
You talking
yeah.
about the heel part, the lower part of the shoe.
If you look at the back where your heel rests, there's a piece of leather usually in the shoe, depending on the shoes. Not all shoes have them. Vans, for instance, they made of canvas. They usually don't have that on the inside. But that heel portion, and sometimes even the lining or the footbed, it'll be lined in pig's weight. I could name some brands that are real good for that, but I won't.
Name 'em,
Just-
name 'em.
Just be mindful. Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Name 'em.
Let me say this,
man.
and I have to say this, because these are some of the virtues that some people probably should look for. One day I saw my wife had a big bag. She loved shoes. She had a big old bag full of shoes there that she was throwing out. She had just recently bought a pair of boots that was, I believe, for around $300. She dismantled them boots to tear that line up out of them. But she threw away a lot of shoes because she discovered that she'd been doing her research and she discovered that there was pig there. And so I know some people probably wouldn't do that. So that's a good attribute. And I got to acknowledge that publicly. You see, especially somebody I know who just loves shoes.
I
Y'all
do.
know y'all love
I'm
shoes in
guilty.
person. Y'all love shoes in person, but big old, I'm talking about garbage bag. I'm talking about a garbage bag. So ladies, be careful what you're putting on your feet.
Yeah.
Men too, guys.
Yeah, they do it for men's shoes too. And then even still, pig suede is prominent. I mean, essentially, of the shoe products that you can use to make and build shoes, it's one of the cheapest materials. So in business, it's about volume and how quickly you can make your money. If you want to use garbage materials to make a shoe and turn over a quick profit, that's one that a lot of brands will go to. Unfortunately, or also fortunately, more expensive shoes bypass that altogether. So you just got to be mindful. I know it hurts, Israel. We don't always like to spend money on things, but I would behoove you. Sometimes you have to sacrifice that extra couple dollars to stay right with the Most High Yah.
That's true.
Hallelujah. Yes, that is what we're doing today. Psalm 47, first verse, it says, "Oh, clap your hands, all ye people. Shout unto Elohim with the voice of triumph." I don't hear any shouting or clapping. But I bet you'll be shouting and clapping tomorrow. See how easy that was? We don't have to have a choir. You don't choir music. We are built with, look, it's a tambourine. It's a tambourine. We can use it to praise the mighty Yahweh because he woke us up today. I woke up to the sound of birds and sunshine. That was such a blessing for me. I mean, I know that there is a season. It's a time and season for everything. And winter is a time for things to rest and recuperate. But we're coming out of that now. And it feels amazing.
Praise God.
Thank you, yo. Yes. Okay. So I'm going to go back to the book of Jubilees again. FYI, it's a good book. We should check it out more often. It explains stuff. So in this particular portion of the book of Jubilees, the synopsis at the top says that the angels of Elohim married the daughters of men. All right. So it speaks about that in Genesis. But the book, again, the book of Jubilees gives it a bit more detail. Chapter 5. And I want to read at verse 13. Because this is something that unfortunately we like to do against people that do not agree with us. And say, don't agree with the Most High Yah, but don't agree with us. He will take into judgment those who go against him. It's not for us to do that. We think because we wear fringes and we know laws that It's at our disposal to tell people who's going to hell and who's going to be saved. It's not. That's Yahweh's job. And truth be told, for all the sins that we commit on a daily basis, we really shouldn't fix our mouths to judge anybody. So, in the book of Jubilees, chapter 5, verse 13, it says, "And the judgment of all is ordained and written on the heavenly tablets in righteousness, even the judgment of all who depart from the path, which is ordained for them to walk in." Okay, I want to pause for a minute, let that simmer. People have a path that they are ordained or destined to walk in. There's going to be people who are wicked and evil. That's their path. Now, certainly, if you can say something to them to make them consider the Most High's laws and perhaps stray from that path that they're on, praise the mighty Yahweh. But everybody has an ordained path. It's some people who going to walk the straight and narrow. And there's some people who going to run up in stores and steal stuff. Earlier this week, you all, a bunch of individuals walked into a store in a mall. They stole everything on the sales floor. I read it in the news. I talked to a woman at a non-related store whose friend worked in that store. They climbed up to get stuff off the top shelf. I work in a store, so it strikes an element of concern for me that there are people now so brazen that they not wait till you get in there and put your mask on, but they enter the mall with their mask on, fully intent and purpose to do their wickedness and be out. There were people who saw them going into the mall and decided to go the other way because they saw what was getting ready to happen. The mercy of Yahweh is so great. Nobody died, praise the mighty Yahweh, in that. But we need to be mindful, y'all. There are wicked people in this world who don't give a darn about you, me, or anybody else. They out on a paper chase, whatever they drive is. That's their path. So if Yahweh tapped you on the shoulder to say, hey, if you follow me, I will be with you. Don't ignore that. Don't take it lightly. Don't assume that Yahweh is just going to forgive you if you mess up. Because just as quickly as Yahweh tapped you on the shoulder to say, hey, I want you to be my servant, he can just as quickly say, who is that? I don't know that about.
That's right. That's right.
Book of Jubilees, chapter 5, verse 13. And the judgment of all is ordained and written on the heavenly tablets in righteousness, even the judgment of all who depart from the path which is ordained for them to walk in. And if not therein, judgment is written down for every creature and for every kind. And there is nothing in heaven or on earth, or in light, or in darkness, or in Sheol, or in the depth, or in the place of darkness, which is not judged. And all their judgments are ordained and written and engraved. In regard to all, he will judge the great according to his greatness, and the small according to his smallness, and each according to his way. And he is not one who will regard the person of any, nor is he one who will receive gifts. If he says that he will execute judgment on each, if one gave everything that is on the earth, he will not regard the gifts or the person of any, nor accept anything at his hands, for he is a righteous judge. You really can't ask for more than that, except for mercy. One of us could go to court right now. That judge, God forbid this should ever happen, but that judge will take one look at us. And depending on the way that Yahweh moves his spirit, one of us could get stroked and be in prison for the rest of our days. On the other hand, Yahweh could tap that person on the shoulder and Yahweh could use exceeding mercy. We don't know. Someone could also offer that judge money, which would sway his opinion in whatever way is more profitable to the person that gave him the money. You can't pay Yahweh. But oftentimes we put ourselves in positions where man is the judge of us. We're concerned with what other people think of us. We are concerned with what other people will say about us. Guess what, people? Instagram can't give you life. Your followers don't wake you up in the morning. And your followers can't take your last breath from you. There's only one who can do that. And we consider him last after everything else. How many of us have ever said, I wonder how many likes I can get from Yahweh for what I'm about to do?
Yeah.
Has anybody ever asked if Yahweh would follow them on Instagram? If Yahweh is looking at everything that we do. How many of us are actually trying to get Yahweh's attention in a good way? I want to wear this garment that's 100% because my Elohim said that's the prescription for my life. I'm going to spend a few extra dollars on this particular thing because I know it's pleasing to my Elohim. I know I don't get paid for another 2 weeks and this is all I got, but I'm giving it to the Most High Yah because I want him to look down on me and smile. Do a TikTok about that. Do something that's going to elevate the people. I'm at this place. I found this thing. It's clean. It's 100%. Y'all need to come and get it. We ain't doing that. But we'll spread our adverts all over the neighborhood about the session we having on the Sabbath day. Because it's black owned and we want to support. Where's Yahweh's support? Now, granted, he created all things, but he made a covenant with our ancestors. We are obligated to the Most High Yahweh. That's our path. Some of us take walking on the path more seriously. Some of us would rather be fly on the path than be concerned with where the path is taking us. They want to look good along the way. Okay. Yeah. We are good-looking people. Boy, when they sacked Babylon, they had all the goodness that Yah blessed us with. And they took it and they made it unclean. And we, in turn, it just seemed to embrace that uncleanliness. Like, it's just what it is. It doesn't have to be that way. We are in a position in life now where we can make conscious choices for the things that we do. That's something our ancestors before us in this land, that was a liberty they did not have. They got their teeth knocked out if they didn't eat what was presented before them, clean or unclean. The women didn't agree to have the children that they had. A lot of times they were forced with those children. You can make a conscious choice to decide if you want to open your cookie jar to somebody who ain't purchased it.
Oh,
I'm guilty of it. I had a choice. That was ultimately what I wanted, but I settled, believing that somebody was going to do right. That's not how it works. If someone's going to do right by you, that's where they start. It's not where they finish. I feel like I need to say that again to forgive myself. If someone's going to do right by you, that's where they start. It is not as a result of you giving them the illicit things that they want. They start with goodness and they end with goodness. If somebody is on another plan, that's what they're going to be on. And you decide whether or not you're going to take that trip with them. They're not just going to suddenly change. Like, we should do something different. I mean, there are cases where that has happened. And I'm sure there are some mature people who have had that experience. But my experience didn't teach me that. These people was messed up from the beginning and I expected them to change. And it didn't happen. And as a result, I broke my Elohim's laws. And I was just as trampled on as when they sacked Babylon. So, it's up to Yahweh to forgive us. It's up to Yahweh to judge us. In Daniel chapter 5, Daniel was in Babylon. And Daniel still managed to keep the Most High's laws. He didn't use his time in Babylon as an excuse not to keep them. He knew that's where his safety was going to be. And he trusted in Yahweh, not the high-ranking officials that he was surrounded by. He used God, Yahweh, as a guide to direct how he moved among those officials in Babylon. Because let me tell you something, people. High-ranking officials, they have power. And they do things in ways that regular people don't. They move on a whole other plateau of things. That's why they're up high. And when naive people or people who don't have the upbringing to get them to these high places go around them, they don't know how to navigate. There's certain things that you say. There's certain ways that you say them. There are certain things that you do. There are certain things that you don't do. Those are all things that you have to learn. And if you trust in Yahweh, ask Yahweh to give you the wisdom, the discretion, the knowledge to use the wisdom and the discretion in the proper way, you'd be amazed where Yahweh can take you. And you can move in circles with people that you never thought would be possible. Not because of what you know, not because of who you know, but because you know Yahweh and he has blessed you. Like when Solomon was king, for instance, he couldn't just act like the regular June bugs on the street. He had to carry himself a certain way because he was around other high-ranking officials. Same with Daniel. You got to move a certain way. The things that you learn on the street, the little slang that you talk, none of that has a place there. There's a certain way that they eat. There's a certain way that they dress. There's a certain way that they carry themselves. These are all things that you have to know. Otherwise, you can't be in the circle. So in Daniel chapter 5, it begins with, the king made a great feast to 1,000 of his lords and drank wine before the 1,000. And the king, while he tasted the wine, commanded to bring the golden and silver vessels which his father, Nebuchadnezzar, had taken out of the temple which was in Jerusalem. The king, his princes, his wives, and his concubines might drink in those vessels. See, when Babylon got sacked, they took all the good things, the gold, the silver, all those precious metal vessels that were set aside for the Most High. They took all of that. Why? Israel didn't keep Yahweh's commandments. Part of our captivity. Then they brought the golden vessels, verse 3, that were taken out of the temple of the house of Elohim, which was at Jerusalem. And the king and his princes and his wives and his concubines drank in them. They drank wine and praised the deities of gold and of silver, of brass, of iron, of wood, and of stone. I just want to pause again to say, again, these other nations that we are surrounded by, they do these detestable things to the Most High. And instead of saying, no, these aren't things we will do, we take on their ways and we break Yahweh's commandments in doing so. Verse 5, in the same hour came forth fingers of a man's hand and wrote over the candlestick upon the plaster of the wall of the king's palace. And the king saw the part of the hand that wrote. Then the king's countenance was changed, and his thoughts troubled him, so that the joints of his loins were loosed, and his knees smote one against another. Basically, he got weak, and his knees started shaking when he saw that hand writing on the wall. Also, keep in mind, he was drunk. He was drinking wine. You know how people get when they drink wine. I've heard it said that the truth of a person comes out when they get drunk. So while he's a king and he's trying to act all tough because he's a king, he's really scared. There's a hand writing on the wall. Plaster is hard once it dries. You walls with it. There's a hand writing in the wall. It's not attached to an arm. There's no person there. It's just a hand. And it scared him. And the king cried aloud, verse 7, bring in the astrologers, the Chaldeans, and the soothsayers. Okay, so we need to explain this. Bring me some people who can tell me why there's a hand writing on the wall. Because this doesn't make sense to me. It's just a hand. Somebody come tell me something. And the king spake and said to the wise men of Babylon, whosoever shall read this writing and show me the interpretation thereof shall be clothed with scarlet and have a chain of gold about his neck and shall be the third ruler in the kingdom. So we got the king, we got his second hand, and we got this person that's going to be the third, right up under the king. And if somebody can tell me what this hand wrote in this wall, you're going to be up here with the king. Now, again, I want to mention, if you are a person who doesn't possess the wisdom, knowledge, and understanding of the Most High YAH, you cannot achieve the greatness, the same type of greatness that you would get if Yahweh were to bless you by keeping his laws and showing him that you have an understanding. It's not book knowledge. It's not how many books that you have read. It's not how many degrees you have earned. Simply keeping Yahweh's laws will let you move in spaces that you wouldn't otherwise. It's not what you know, it's who you know. And if you know Yahweh, you can go anywhere. But you have to put Yahweh first. So verse 8. Then came in all the king's wise men, but they could not read the writing, nor make known to the king the interpretation thereof. Okay, these weren't stupid people. These were scholars. These were people who devoted their lives to learning and knowledge and information. And even they couldn't explain what was on that wall. Then was King Belshazzar greatly troubled, and his countenance was changed in him, and his lords were astonished. Now the queen, by reason of the words of the king and his lords, came into the banquet house. And the queen spake and said, O king, live forever. Let not thy thoughts trouble thee, nor let thy countenance be changed. There is a man in thy kingdom, in whom is the spirit of the holy God. And in the days of thy father, light and understanding and wisdom, like the wisdom of the gods, was found in him, whom the king Nebuchadnezzar, thy father, the king, I say, thy father, made master of the magicians, astrologers, Chaldeans, and soothsayers. We have a law that says we aren't supposed to hearken or deal with magicians, astrologers, soothsayers, or even the Chaldeans for that matter, because they were an unclean people unto us. But this person that they are speaking about is over all of these individuals that Yahweh's law says we're not supposed to have anything to do with. Verse 12, I can tell you who it is. For as much as an excellent spirit and knowledge and understanding, interpreting of dreams, showing of hard sentences, and dissolving of doubts were found in the same Daniel, whom the king named after the deity that they serve. Now let Daniel be called, and he will show the interpretation. Daniel was blessed with such a spirit from Yahweh that he surpassed in stature all the people that Yahweh said we're not supposed to have anything to do with. Daniel wasn't a magician. He wasn't an astrologist. He wasn't a soothsayer. He didn't have anything to do with that. But he had the spirit of the Most High Yahweh. And Yahweh blessed him with that spirit to see through all of that. Not deal with it, know what it is, not deal with it, and still be over all of them. Verse 13. Then was Daniel brought in before the king. Okay, I want to pause there for a minute. Because again, when Yahweh blesses you with his spirit of wisdom and knowledge and understanding, you know how to move in circles and places.
Yeah. Yeah.
You can't just walk in off the street, Junebug Lewis, and think that you're going to walk around with the kings and the other higher up officials. Again, they move a certain way. They speak a certain way. They dress a certain way. Daniel was a Hebrew Israelite, and this was the circle that he moved in, serving Yahweh. But we act like because we serve Yahweh, we can't do anything. You don't think you can serve the Most High and be in a high-ranking position and show people how to serve the Most High? You don't have to stand on a street corner and yell at people to be a servant of the Most High. You can work in Washington, D.C. and know the laws of Babylon, but put the laws of Yahweh first and move accordingly. And be someplace where you can actually do something to help your people. Do something to show that the servants of the Most High Yahweh still exist. And they aren't the dregs of society. They are functioning, analyzing, thinking, knowledgeable people. And I think sometimes we take the curse that is upon us, because there's definitely a curse upon us, but we wear it as not something that's going to motivate us, but we use it as an excuse not to be great, not to serve the Most High Yah. My point is that you can do it in whatever circle that you're in, and you can be great in that circle. You don't have to come to pass with the things that are surrounding us and trying to keep us down. You use Yahweh as that step ladder to move, and he will bless you with the wisdom to move like you need to. Verse 13. Then Daniel was brought in before the king, and the king spake and said unto Daniel, Art thou that Daniel, which art of the children of the captivity of Yehudah, whom the king my father brought out of Judah? I have heard even of thee, that the spirit of the gods is in thee, and that light and understanding and excellent wisdom is found in thee. Question: do you think that the king's father noticed Daniel because he was standing somewhere screaming at people about the Most High Yah? He said he had an excellent spirit. He wasn't walking around mad and angry. If he got mad and angry, he found a constructive, righteous way of dealing with it, so that it didn't make Yahweh look bad. Are we doing that in our lives? If I get mad that somebody didn't give me what I want, how do I process that? Am I going to cuss them out and act the fool so that they know who I am because I think I'm so special? You can't say nothing crazy to me. Where's Yahweh's glory in that? So somebody made you mad. Okay. How many people have you made angry? I wasn't speaking to you exactly. We've all angered somebody. We've angered Yahweh. And he still let us wake up today with the ability to smile, with the ability to make words come from our brains and our throats. He gave us a chance still. So what are we going to do with it? Verse 14. Well, 15. And now the wise men, the astrologers, have been brought in before me, and they should read this writing and make known unto me the interpretation thereof. But they could not show the interpretation of the thing. And I have heard of thee that thou can make interpretations and dissolve doubts. Now, if you can read the writing and make known to me the interpretation thereof, you shall be clothed with scarlet and have a chain of gold about your neck, and shall be the third ruler in the kingdom. The third ruler of an entire kingdom. I don't mean a classroom or a building where people gather. An entire nation of people. If he can use the knowledge that that Yahweh gave him to figure this out, he will be the third highest ranking official in a kingdom. Do you all understand how serious that is? You have a president, you have a vice president, and there are people underneath them. He was in government. But we'll be real quick to be like fire burn Babylon and senators and fire burn law and all these other things. Things that we could use to help our people in this plight. But we don't conceive of it because we're not moving the right way. We're not thinking that Yahweh can do anything. Yahweh can put me in a position where I can help people. Yahweh can bless me with the wisdom and the understanding that I can move here and do this. We're very short-sighted. I gotta go to my job where I make this an hour so I can get paid next week, so I can pay my rent, so I can buy something to eat. Something unclean that's not going to benefit me, but I feel like I'm in an unclean land. That's the best I can do. Yada, 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 yada. We wear it like a weight. We don't have to. Yahweh can give us wings, people. It's not Red Bull. It's Yahweh. Verse 17. Then Daniel answered and said before the king, let thy gifts be to thyself, and give thy rewards to another. Yet I will read the writing unto the king and make known to him the interpretation. Okay. Daniel turned down the clothes and he turned down the gold. And this is from a king, so you know it was good stuff. He said, no, thank you. You can keep it. If I see $1 on the street, it's a very good chance I'm not going to walk past it. He turned down rewards and riches, which in many instances is blinding. It won't help you focus because you're like, oh, I get this chain, man. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna look so dope. Look at me walking down the street. People gonna be looking at me. Look at my chain. Oh, I got these clothes. The flyest person in the place. Oh my gosh. You know how we get when we get stuff. Yeah. We don't be thinking about. We wouldn't have been thinking about what was on the wall or nothing. We just would have been focused on how we gonna look when we step out with all the things that the king gave us. But Daniel wasn't built like that. He said, you can keep that stuff. O thou king, verse 18, the Most High Elohim gave Nebuchadnezzar thy father a kingdom and majesty and glory and honor. Okay, I just want to take a moment to pause for that because even in front of a king, he acknowledged Yahweh. He didn't say that it was by his own might that he got that stuff. He said Yahweh blessed him with it. And for the majesty that he gave him, all peoples, nations, languages trembled and feared before him, whom he would slew, and whom he would keep alive, and whom he would set up, and whom he would put down. But when his heart was lifted up, and his mind hardened in pride, he was disposed from his kingly throne, and they took his glory from him. And he was driven from the sons of men, and his heart was made like beasts, and his dwelling was with the wild asses. They fed him with grass like oxen, and his body was wet with the dew of heaven, until he knew that the Most High Elohim ruled in the kingdom of men, and that he appoints over it whomsoever he will. The Most High Yah made his father like an animal out in the field. He walked around on both his hands and his legs like a cow. He ate grass in a field like cow. His nails got long like an animal. Which is ironic considering women wear that now as a fashion statement. Okay, I'm sorry. I've digressed. Okay. He had him looking and acting like an animal. This man was a king. And Yahweh brought him low. I don't know if you can get much lower than a human being, behaving like an animal, eating grass. He was hairy like an ox. He was outside like an animal. Yesterday, he was a king. He had everything and anything he could ever want just by him opening his mouth and saying, "It shall be so." The next day, he was like an animal. If you don't see the power of the Most High God in that, at this point, I kind of don't know what to tell you.
And who was this again, Daniel?
No, Nebuchadnezzar. This king that Daniel is getting ready to help was the son of that king. So no doubt, his son saw his father out in a field acting like an animal. He was probably well groomed. His beard was oiled. He went from that to being hairy and nasty and gross because he did not acknowledge Yahweh. So Daniel saw all of this and is telling him, like, you can keep your stuff, but this is what Yah did. This is how Yah works. Verse 22, and you, his son, O Belshazzar, has not humbled your heart, though you know all of this. He saw his father be humbled in that way. Can you imagine if one day you were next to someone that you loved and you cared about, and they were normal for all intents and purposes, then the very next day, because the Yahweh afflicted them, they now behave like an animal? They crawl into your house on fours? I mean, I don't even know if he can still talk. And if it would, I don't know that it would mean anything. He ate grass. Has anybody in here ever tasted grass outside, growing out of the ground? It has a lovely smell when you cut it, but could you imagine eating it? And that's your food for as long as Yahweh decides to curse you with this? Mm-hmm. And you hairy, you don't even get to take a bath. Your bath is when it rains because you're outside. You don't get soap. Can you imagine how you would smell? You're an animal, basically, because you would not humble yourself to the Most High Yah. His son saw that. Verse 23, but you have lifted up yourself against Yahweh of heaven. And they have brought the vessels of his house before thee, and you and your lords and your wives and your concubines have drunk wine in them, and have praised the deities of silver and gold, of brass, iron, wood, and stone, which see not, nor hear, nor know. And Elohim, in whose hand your breath is, and in whom all your ways you have not glorified. You took the vessels that were set aside to be in the temple of the Most High Yah, and you have polluted them with your wine by whatever it is that you saying to all these false deities. You're not being humble, sir. You took righteous things and you polluted them. And you did so proudly. Not just you, but the people who are with you. You brought your whole crew to this event. Y'all acting like y'all real VIP. Drinking your libations, you praising your deities. You think you real special. Then was the part of the hand sent from him, and this writing was written. Verse 25. And this is the writing that was written. Mene, mene, tekel, upharsin. This is the interpretation of the thing. Meaning, Elohim hath numbered your kingdom and finished it. Tekel, thou art weighed in the balances and art found wanting. Perez, the kingdom is divided and given to the Medes and Persians. Then commanded Belshazzar, and they clothed Daniel with scarlet, and put a chain of gold about his neck, and made a proclamation concerning him that he should be the third ruler in the kingdom. And that night, Belshazzar, the king of the Chaldeans, was slain, and Darius the Median took the kingdom, being about 62 years old. Just that quick. Literally, Yahweh showed him the writing on the wall. Daniel came in to tell him what the writing on the wall meant, and he was gone. I have goosebumps because Yahweh is serious and not to be played with. But every day we mess with him just a little bit. I guess till we are chosen to be shown who Yahweh really and truly is. I'm scared. I don't know about y'all. I'm going to have to do something about my shoe fetish and look a little more closer. Really, I don't want to be trying to try on those shoes, and the Most High showed himself to me in that way. Ew. Okay, so Daniel, in another instance, was still able to be successful in Babylon, but it was not because of his own knowledge, because he studied at the finest universities. He studied at the feet of Yahweh. He was humble and he was a servant to the Most High Yah. I think that's a great example for us to follow. And remember, if you don't want to be like a beast of the field, trust in Yahweh. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Okay, that was fun. Woo! Man, let's go to Psalms. Psalms 49. To the chief musician, a psalm for the sons of Korah. There were a lot of psalms for the sons of Korah.
Psalm 49.
Sometimes when I read psalms, I try to imagine what kind of music they played to these. Must have been something. Hear this, all ye people, give ear, all ye inhabitants of the world, both low and high, rich and poor together. My mouth shall speak of wisdom, and the meditation of my heart shall be of understanding. Has anyone in here ever prayed for understanding or wisdom? And I don't mean the type of wisdom where you can open the scriptures and prove your point and make yourself seem like you are just glorious. That's not what I mean. I mean the type of wisdom that allows you to move and function in the world, to know if you should be talking to this person or how you should talk to this person because they have a particular spirit, or to know if you should make this decision because the consequences of this decision are A, B, and C. That's a serious, serious blessing of wisdom to have. Kind of like how people move in chess. They have an idea of who's going to make what move when and what the repercussions of that move are going to be. That's what life is like. And if we have Yahweh focused, we can navigate. But without him, we like beasts of the field. Verse 4, I will incline mine ear to a parable. I will open my dark saying upon the harp. Wherefore should I fear in the days of evil, when the iniquity of heels shall compass me about? No irony there, iniquity of my heels with the heels of pigskin and shoes. See how Yahweh works? Ties it all together all the time. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm sorry. They that trust in their wealth and boast themselves in the multitude of their riches. See? Don't be bragging about how much you got. None of them can by any means redeem his brother, nor give to Elohim a ransom for him. You can't buy the Most High Yah. So often we just want to talk about and be excited about how much we have. It means nothing. We can't write Yahweh a check. We can't tell Yahweh, I will give you all of my gold and my silver if you will do X, Y, and Z. Just like Daniel turned it away. Y'all can't do nothing with that. For the redemption of their soul is precious, and it ceases forever. That he should still live forever and not see corruption. For he sees that wise men die. Likewise, the fool and the brutish person perish, and leave their wealth to others. Their inward thought is that their houses shall continue forever, and their dwelling places to all generations. They call their lands after their own names. Isn't it interesting that when someone gets a whole bunch of money, for instance, they'll buy a really, really big house, and suddenly their houses and their lands get named? Right now, I live at 1297 Shepherd Lane. It's a modest dwelling. Y'all's blessed us to have. Now I become a millionaire. I got a whole lot of money. So I'm gonna go have a house built. Now my house is so big, I have named my house. You're gonna see it on the gate when you pull up to my house. Because I'm fancy. I got money now. You see what we do? At first it was 1297. That was my address. But now it's not an address. It's the Dawn Lands. We have to keep things in the proper perspective. It's Yahweh who gives us things, and it's Yahweh who blesses us with those things. But those things don't make us. Yahweh makes us. And if we continue to forsake that, we will just be rotten and ruined. Nevertheless, man being in honor abideth not. He is like the beasts that perish. Their way is their folly, yet their posterity approves their sayings. Selah. Like sheep, they are laid in the grave. Death shall feed on them, and the upright shall have dominion over them in the morning, and their beauty shall consume in the grave from their dwelling. We spend, I don't want to say an inordinate amount of time, but I guess I'll use that word. We use a whole lot of time trying to make ourselves beautiful while we're alive. We'll get facials. We'll sleep in masks. We'll wear bonnets so our edges lay down. We'll get pedicures and manicures. We will bathe ourselves in Vaseline and sleep in gloves so we don't have wrinkles. We will go through all of these things to maintain a physical beauty. Does Yahweh see us as beautiful? Boy, it's quiet in here. Okay. What if we took not even all, but a portion of that energy to make our spirits beautiful? What if we massage our spiritual edges with songs? What if we lubricate our spirits with Yahweh's truth so that we won't be ashy in his presence? What if we wore the laws of Yahweh the same way we wear name brand clothes? Making sure our clothes are 100%. Okay, it may be a shade off from the shoes that we're wearing. It won't match exactly. Is it really the worst thing in the world if it's 100%?
Not at all.
Does it really matter if the fringes that we have aren't the same color as our outfit? Is that the point? I believe Yahweh said for our fringes to remind us of the law. I don't remember reading in the law that said we had to be coordinated. I don't remember that. It did say it had to have a ribbon of blue. Guess what? There's all different shades of blue. So maybe you'll find a shade of blue that coordinates with the outfit that took you so long to put together so that you can go downtown and be cute. The point is, we're supposed to be servants of Yah. Verse 15, but Elohim will redeem my soul from the power of the grave, for he shall receive me. I would like it if Yahweh will receive me when I die. And in order to get that way, I have to keep the laws all the time. Be not afraid when one is made rich, when the glory of his house is increased. For when he dies, he shall carry nothing away. Let's use the Egyptians as an example. They died. They had people put balm on them and wrap themselves up in linen. And their sarcophages were full of riches and gold because they felt that in the afterlife they were going to utilize these things. You know what happened when they died? People robbed them sarcophages and graves. Grave robbers are a real thing. It wasn't just in Egypt. It was in America. These older people who were buried with their Rolexes and their jewelry on, people dig that up and get it. So you can spend all your time trying to accumulate and amass a bunch of stuff. When you die,
You will be right.
you giving it away. Somebody gonna take it in an estate auction. The state may get it to pay for the bills that you accumulated while you were still alive. The point is, you can't enjoy it no more. Before my mother passed, she gave me a bag of jewelry. She said, when I die, all they're gonna do is throw all my stuff away. And it hurt me to hear that, but she was being realistic. She was preparing me. She knew her time was coming. And she gave me what she wanted me to have. I'm grateful that I had that time. Thank you, Yahweh. But the point is, we can't take none of this stuff with us. It's vanity. Yeah, we look good now. In the grand scheme of things, it means nothing. Yahweh don't care. He cares about what's in those clothes. Our spirits, our bodies. What are we doing with it to bring glory and praise to him? That's what Yahweh cares about. Though while he lived, he blessed his soul. Verse 18. And men will praise you when you do well for yourself, or they'll hate. He shall go to the generation of his fathers. They shall never see light. Man that is in honor and understands not is like the beasts that perish. Again, back to Nebuchadnezzar. Yahweh made him like a beast while he was still alive. Let that sink in. I'll wait. Elijah, can you imagine leaving out of here on fours? Not being able to carry yourself as a human being? Like you can't get up and go to the bathroom like a person. You are now like an animal. Defecating in a field. I don't even know that he had on clothes. Could you imagine that? Can you imagine what you would be like once you come back from that? Once Yahweh restores your spirit and you can take a bath and you can eat food with utensils like we humans have been trained to do. Would you think different? Would you act different? Would you speak differently? What about you? In a way that would glorify Yahweh? Or would you be so downtrodden and depressed that you were made to be like an animal that you might not know what to do? I wonder about that stuff sometimes. I've never been made like a beast, but I've been through my fair share of things through fault of my own. And it made me pause and consider. I spoke about how my mom died. I thought about all the time that I had with my mother up until this point, even when I was little. When she told me to do something and I got mad because it wasn't what I wanted to do. I didn't have enough regard and respect for my mother to say, she knows what she's talking about because she's my mother. She's been my age. She has wisdom and foresight that I did not have. I didn't have the presence of mind to say, yes, ma'am, and leave it at that all the time. There were times when I did, but there were enough times when I didn't. Even my father, he's still alive. I haven't always shown my father the respect that he deserves according to God. I have to consider myself. What kind of person have I been? What kind of person am I now? How do I want to move and navigate in the world? What kind of example do I want to be to my children? Or other random strangers that are watching me? People are watching us. The minute you say you a Hebrew Israelite, you can't work on the Sabbath day, they watch everything that you do and everything that you say to see if you're going to be consistent. Now, I wouldn't say let that scare you, but definitely be mindful. And then most importantly of all, Yahweh is He watching us. He knows what we think. He knows whether or not that smile that we give to someone is genuine, or is it hiding another agenda, or is it hiding our true feelings? Yahweh knows. In Psalms 51, verse 11, right over on the other page. Cast me not away from thy presence, and take not thy Holy Spirit from me. If Yahweh takes his spirit from us, we are just as bad as Nebuchadnezzar in that field. It's just that we beasts on 2 feet. Have you ever seen somebody who doesn't care what they eat? Working a knife, they eat on a plate, but it's abominable. I've heard people say they don't care what they eat. I could not imagine living that way. To not care what you put in your mouth or where it came from or who prepared it. To just say, I'm hungry. Where's the food? Until your button on your pants pops. Till you feel grossly satisfied that your stomach is now full. And then you get up and you walk away and you wonder why you have toxins coming out of you in the form of acne, or why somebody would speak to you in the morning and you can't smile or say good morning because your spirit is so putrefied on the inside from how you've defiled yourself. I personally don't want to live like that. And I got my fair share of sins. Y'all knows that sometimes I am just not right. I don't make light of it. I don't take it for granted. But I acknowledge where I am, and I'm trying to do better. I'm not going to walk around with an attitude because I messed up my life. That's nobody's fault but mine. I don't get to take that out on the world. And if Yahweh blessed me to wake up and see another day, guess what? I can take one small step to being a better person. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. We all have that ability. If it's not more than just letting someone merge in front of you on the highway, one small step. All it takes for us to be great. But we gotta start somewhere. We can't keep walking around. We live our captivity. Brought here as slaves. Didn't keep the law. When is it gonna stop? Okay, we get it. We're here. We're here now. Now what? Now what are we gonna do with it? We have Yahweh's law. He has blessed this janky book to make it through history. It's been burned. They've tried to get rid of it. They've tried to make it so that only a certain group of people. Okay, we've passed all of that. King James, Sodomite, Yahweh still blessed him to do something with it. And it's here now. We have access to other books that fill in the blanks that this book misses. We don't have any excuses. These are computers, people. It's not just for taking pictures and trying to be cute. It's not just so you can say you have the latest gadget. This is a computer. This gives us unprecedented access to knowledge and information. We don't have any excuses. Except for the fact that you just want to be like a beast on the field. Maybe grass tastes good. I like wheatgrass chops. They're delicious. I don't want to say that I want to be outside on all fours eating. I like enjoying my garden upright on my 2 feet, getting down on my knees to play in the dirt. It's fun. I don't want to live out there like the squirrels and whatever else is out there. So thank you. I like that Yahweh blessed us to be upright. So let's act upright instead of always needing some act right. It would be great. We'd be a lot happier inside, and then that reflects on the outside. And when we go out in the world, the people will say, hey, Sister Nesha has wisdom and knowledge and understanding of things. We'll ask her. Elijah, he's a wise man that conducts himself in a particular way. We'll ask him. Michael, He's shown himself to be an example of the Elohim that he serves. Let's see what he thinks about that. Sister Yakira, she's shown herself to be very steadfast. Let's see what she thinks. And not that that gives glory to us, but that makes Yahweh look good. He still exists. He is still here, and he is still has people who follow him. All of these deities make it seem like Yahweh is just one of them. But when we take the things, let's go to Exodus. Exodus chapter 21, verse 1. It said, now these are the judgments that you should set before them. Okay, Yahweh gave us judgments, which means Yahweh is a judge. Biggest gaffle in the universe. Court is now in session.
Say that, sis. Say that.
Okay.
21, right?
Yes, chapter 21. These are the judgments which you shall set before them. Okay. Yahweh wants us to be a certain way. So in order to be a certain way, there are certain rules that you have to follow. These are the rules. For instance, if you buy a Hebrew servant, 6 years he shall serve. In the 7th month, he shall go out free for nothing. See, our captors didn't do this because we walked away from Yahweh's law. So guess what, Toby? You are mine for your entire life. I'm going to take your wife, I'm going to take your children, and I'm going to sell them to my friend Jarvis over here because I want some money. You belong to me, boy. We set ourselves up for that because we didn't want to keep Yahweh's laws. In a righteous place, if you had a servant, someone who worked for you, they worked for you for 6 years. You did not treat them like an animal. You treated them as you would treat one who lives in your house. You fed them. You provided for them. And you know why you could do that? Because Yahweh made you prosperous. You didn't have servants if you could not afford to take care of them. This wasn't something that you had to do. This was considered a blessing. Like having a maid or a butler, if you will. You don't want to wash your dishes, you have someone that you are taking care of to do that for you. We can't even do that, most of us now. Verse 3, if he came in by himself, he shall go out by himself. If he were married, then his wife shall go out with him. If his master has given him a wife, and she bore him sons or daughters, the wife and her children shall be her master's, and he shall go out by himself. And if the servant shall plainly say, I love my master, I want to pause for just a moment. Excuse me. For someone who works for you to have so much love for you that they don't want to leave says volumes about you as a person. Some of us are mean to people who don't even live with us. I can only imagine what it would be like to live with some people that I've encountered. So could you imagine having someone work for you who has such love and appreciation for how you treat them to say, I love my master, my wife, and my children. I will not go out free. They would forsake their own freedom to stay in the presence of you, not because you're great, but because you are a servant of the Most High Yahweh, and that reflects in who you are as a person. I know people I can't be around for 5 minutes, let alone live with for my entire life. I have also met people who have such great generosity of spirit that I would like to just sit quietly by them so that maybe a little bit of it would rub off. That's a blessing from the Most High God. And again, if we forsake the laws, we can't even get a portion of it. We serve an awesome, awesome Elohim, and we take a lot for granted. I have taken a lot for granted. It makes me sad. Okay, so since we're talking about people and their spirits, I'm going to talk a little bit about somebody, if that's okay with you all.
Go, girl. Yeah, that's what's up.
All right, so I want to talk about Saul. Poor Saul. He started out on such a high note. Yahweh had him chosen to be king. He was anointed. He started out really, really great. But over time, I guess his spirit got tired. Well, took a turn for the worse. All right, so Saul, Yahweh took his spirit from Saul. And again, well, okay, we'll do it like this. All right. We'll start at 1 Samuel chapter 15. We'll start there. We'll skip around a bit, but just to make a point. All right, so in 1 Samuel chapter 15, start at verse 1. Samuel also said unto Saul, Yahweh sent me to anoint thee to be king over his people, over Israel. And now therefore hearken unto the voice of the words of Yahweh. And thus said Yahweh of hosts, I remember that which Amalek did to Israel, how he laid wait for him in the way when he came up from Egypt. And now go smite Amalek and utterly destroy all that they have. Spare them not, but slay both man and woman, infant and suckling, ox, sheep, camel, and ass. Okay, I just want to pause for a minute because, and I'm not trying to throw anyone under a bus, but again, I'm just trying to bring some perspective to this. We always talking about how we servants of the Most High Yah, right? How many of us could go out to war and kill a baby?
Wow.
How many of us could kill someone who is begging, pleading for their life, but Yahweh told us to kill them? We like to walk around and talk about how strong we are. We're such soldiers for the Most High Yah. Who of us could do that? We don't kill our own food. Who can kill a cow? Do you know how to move around the cow? Do you know if you grab a cow the wrong way, you're going to get kicked in the throat, if not the head? Who of us can do this? A baby. Babies are the epitome of innocence, crying for their mothers after they've been slain. Who of us has the fortitude to do this?
That's deep. That's deep.
But that's what Yahweh said to do. So I'm saying that to say, if we have a hard time talking about we can't eat clean in this land, despite having 27 aisles of food that you can choose from.
Right.
How could we sit here and say, how can he do that? He ain't a servant of the Most High Yah. Really? Yah told you right now, go kill everything in Avondale. Who can do it? I don't mean with a gun where you spray from a distance. I mean up close and personal with a weapon.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you probably get shot by now.
But if Yahweh told you to go kill them, then Yahweh obviously subdued those people so that you could take care of business.
It's deep.
Who got the fortitude to take care of business?
That's deep you brought that out, because we'll be like, Yahweh will put us to that job and be like, yeah, you said you a soldier for me. Now
Exactly.
prove it. We'll be like, but hold on.
Exactly.
That's like my cousin right there.
Right.
That baby's so pretty. Why would I want
We are mingled in amongst these people at this point. I'm sure some of those people were family to somebody that they knew from around the way. He sold me bread. Oh, I helped him with this. I knew her from over there. I bought flowers from that lady. Yahweh said, go kill all of them. That little boy is in the class that I teach. Saul gathered the people together, verse 4, and numbered them in Telaim, 200,000 footmen and 10,000 men of Yehudah. And Saul came to a city in Amalek and laid wait in the valley. And Saul said to the Kenites, go, depart, get you down from among the Amalekites, lest I destroy you with them, for you showed kindness to all the children of Israel. Just want to pause for a moment. Yahweh remembers the people that show kindness to Israel. So all the people, y'all want to be rude. You're not just hurting the person that you're talking to. Yahweh took note of that. You helped my servant. You did not help my servant. That doesn't just apply to the foreign nations either. That applies to us. You showed kindness to all the children of Israel when they came up out of Egypt. So the Kenites departed from among the Amalekites. You helped my people when they were in need, so I am going to spare your life. Here's a warning. You need to get up out of there because I'm sending some people over here to destroy it. Saul smote the Amalekites from Havilah until you come to shore that is over against Egypt. And he took Agag, the king of the Amalekites, alive and utterly destroyed all the people with the edge of the sword. Now, I don't know if you all know anything about combat and fighting, but when you kill someone with a sword, that is up close and that is personal. You see them. Who had the fortitude to look somebody in their eyes right before you kill them? We don't like to make eye contact with people as we pass in a hallway. You got the strength to walk up to somebody, look them in their face, why you should have a sword in their gut. Yeah, that's how you kill people with a sword. Swords are heavy. I mean, certainly you could decapitate somebody, but you still got to look at them before you do it. But Saul and the people spared Agag, verse 9, and the best of the sheep and of the oxen and of the fatlings and the lambs and all that was good, and would not utterly destroy them. But everything that was vile and refuse, that they destroyed utterly. Then came the word of Yahweh unto Samuel, saying, it repents me that I have set up Saul to be king. For he has turned back from following me and has not performed my commandments. And it grieved Samuel, and he cried unto Yahweh all night. When Samuel rose early to meet Saul in the morning, it was told Samuel, saying, Saul came to Carmel, and behold, he set him up a place, and has gone about and passed on and gone down to Gilgal. And Samuel came to Saul, and Saul said unto him, blessed be you of Yahweh. I have performed the commandment of Yahweh. And Samuel said, what means then the bleating of sheep in my ear and the lowing of oxen which I hear? Then Saul said, they have brought them from the Amalekites, for the people spared the best of the sheep and of the oxen to sacrifice unto Yahweh, and the rest we have utterly destroyed. Then Samuel said unto Saul, stay, and I will tell you what Yahweh said to me tonight. And he said, say on. And Samuel said, when you were little in your own sight, were you not made the head of the tribes of Israel, and Yahweh anointed you king over Israel? Yahweh sent you on a journey and said, go and utterly destroy the sinners, the Amalekites, and fight against them until they be consumed. Wherefore then didst thou not obey the voice of Yahweh, but did fly upon the spoil and did evil in the sight of Yahweh? See what I mean? Stuff gets us every time. Ooh, that's good stuff. I don't want to destroy that, but I'm going to keep it and I'm going to use it as a sacrifice to Yahweh. That's not what Yahweh said. Yahweh said, destroy everything. But what Saul heard was, we are going to destroy some things, but the good stuff, we're going to keep and we're going to bring it back. Again, Daniel didn't even want stuff that Nebuchadnezzar's son offered him. He got it anyway, but he didn't want it. And we forsake Yahweh's, specifically what he tells us to do, because we see stuff. I know that this turkey bacon is clean, but I see the pork bacon over here and it looks a lot more juicy. I see that these lemons over here have seeds, but these lemons don't have seeds, and I would rather make my lemonade without all stuff in it. I don't want to have to deal with that. See what I'm saying? Yahweh tells us to do stuff and it becomes inconvenient to our plans. Yahweh said I shouldn't steal, but it's more convenient to me to take this because nobody's watching, as I only have $2 in my account. We limit the Most High Yah because we are limited. He's taken his spirit from us and we don't think right. Saul had a direct order from somebody sent to him from Yahweh. He said, do X, Y, Z. Saul was at the beginning of the alphabet. A, B, C, all this stuff that I want. Verse 18. And Yahweh sent you on a journey and said, go and utterly destroy the sinners, the Amalekites, and fight against them until they be consumed. Wherefore then didst thou not obey the voice of Yahweh, but did fly upon the spoil and did evil in the sight of Yahweh? See, he's trying to get fly even back then. And Saul said to Samuel, yea, I have obeyed the voice of Yahweh and have gone the way which Yahweh sent me, and have brought Agag, the king of Amalek, and have utterly destroyed the Amalekites. But the people, we're not even going to take blame for what we do. We're going to tell on somebody else. But the people took of the spoil, sheep and oxen, the chief of the things which should have been utterly destroyed, to sacrifice unto Yahweh thy Elohim in Gilgal. So Samuel says, has Yahweh as great delight in burnt offerings and sacrifice as in obeying the voice of Yahweh? Behold, to obey is better than sacrifice, and to hearken than the fat of rams. Obedience is the best sacrifice that we can give to Yahweh. Obedience is the key to reversing so many of the things that plague us in this land of captivity. But we don't want to hearken. We want to listen to our own reasoning. We want to listen to our own voices. That voice that tells you, you should go get them shoes because people going to look at you when you wear them shoes, but they unclean. For rebellion is as the sin of witchcraft, and stubbornness is as iniquity and idolatry. Because you have rejected the word of Yahweh, he is also going to reject you from being king. Yahweh giveth, Yahweh taketh away. If we don't listen to Yahweh, the things that he blessed us with will be things that we are no longer blessed with. However, Saul had a decent spirit because he says in verse 24, I have sinned, for I have transgressed the commandment of Yahweh and your words, because I feared the people and obeyed their voice. We care a lot about what people think about us. We care a lot about what people are going to say to us. When was the last time that somebody said something to you? Kept you from breathing? When was the last time that somebody said something to you, and because they said something to you, it stopped you from breathing? Not never.
Just
Nobody can take your life away by talking to you. We are concerned with what people say to us, the things that people say to us. We give it so much energy. For what? It's words. Yeah, somebody can physically kill you. But if somebody says something to you that you don't like, you're ugly, I don't like what you have on today. Okay. Why does it have to ruin your day? Why do you have to let that be your main concern instead of, okay, Yahweh said, so that's what I'm going to do. As opposed to Yahweh said, do this, but Yahweh told me not to do this, but that's what I was trying to say. It's a type of distraction. We're concerned with what people think about us. So then we forsake Yahweh. We should care what Yahweh thinks about us, not what people think. If you keep in Yahweh's laws, you're going to be peculiar. That's just what it is. You're going to be different. You're going to think different. You're going to act different. You're going to look different. That's okay. Because Yahweh is the creator of all things. The obstacles that you think are in your way, Yahweh will move because he's with you. The people who try to stand over us and make us feel like they're so important and we're so little and we're so nothing, Yahweh will move them and they will never be a problem for you again because you're keeping his law. Can you imagine the type of spirit that Saul might have had if he had done exactly what Yahweh said? Verse 25, he asked for forgiveness. He said, now, therefore, I pray thee, pardon my sin and turn again with me, that I may worship Yahweh. And Samuel said unto Saul, I will not return with you, for you have rejected the word of Yahweh, and Yahweh has rejected you from being king over Israel. Yahweh took the entire kingdom of Israel away from Saul. He did not do what he was supposed to do. And Saul continued to be king. But only for a certain amount of time. In verse 35, and Samuel came no more to see Saul until the day of his death. Nevertheless, Samuel mourned for Saul, and Yahweh repented that he had made Saul king over Israel. I don't want Yahweh to be so disappointed in me that he says, I repent that I let her live. I repent that I blessed her with XYZ. I don't want to live like that. I can't speak for anybody else, but think about it. Do you feel bad when you break one of Yahweh's laws? Do I pause to consider, I just committed a sin against my Elohim. What does he think of me for that? Have I tossed away all the blessings that I've had up until this point with this one act? Is Yahweh going to strike me down when I'm not even thinking about it because I did this? That's not even in addition to all the other things that I did up until then or may possibly do after that. It's a lot. And we can think about a whole lot less if we just keep the law. And it is so easy to get distracted. For instance, I work with young females who are unclean in their time. And I've said that I'm not going to sit on anything in my place of work because I know they don't care. And I thank Yahweh for that wisdom. But the other day, I had to use the bathroom. And while I put the slip over the seat, I said that I wasn't going to sit on the seat anymore. But because I had to use the bathroom so badly, I sat on that seat for 2 seconds. Then I remembered, don't sit on the seat. And I hopped up real quick. It only takes a second, is my point. Something can distract you for that small amount of time. And we have to be mindful of that. That we have to have the fortitude to stay focused on Yahweh's law, no matter what. Okay, so in verse 16, goes on with more about Samuel and Saul. I'm sure he was very upset that he's not going to be king anymore. This is a big deal to be a king. It's a big deal for Yahweh to give you something that you really want to hold on to. And then for him to be like, well, can't have this anymore. No, why? I mean, maybe he didn't cry. I don't know. Verse chapter 16. And Yahweh said unto Samuel, how long wilt thou mourn for Saul, seeing that I have rejected him from reigning over Israel? Well, maybe it wasn't Saul crying. Maybe it was Samuel. Somebody was crying. Fill your horn with oil and go. I will send you to Jesse the Bethlehemite, for I have provided me a king among his sons. Uh-oh. Now, verse 2, Samuel's concerned. How can I go? If Saul hear it, he will kill me. See? That's a prime example of what I'm talking about. Yahweh tell you to do something, and you be like, well, how can I do that? Such and such is going to kill me. If Yahweh tell you to do it, don't you think he got the time and the ability to move somebody out the way so you can do it? Mm-hmm. And Yahweh said, take an heifer with thee and say, I am come to sacrifice to Yahweh. It's all in how you maneuver, people. It's chess. Call Jesse to the sacrifice, and I will show you what you shall do. And you shall anoint unto me him whom I name unto you. And Samuel did that which Yahweh spake, and came to Bethlehem. And the elders of the town trembled at his coming. You ever in a room and people scared that you didn't show up? No, it's not you. It's not you because you're big and bad. It's because Yahweh is with you. Walk into a room. You feel like Yahweh is really with you. Watch how the people in the room respond. Take note of it. The next time you go to work, go to school. Look at how people respond to you. Samuel did that which Yahweh spake. He came to Bethlehem, and the elders of the town trembled at his coming and said, come you peaceably. And he said, peaceably, I'm come to sacrifice to Yahweh. Sanctify yourselves and come with me to the sacrifice. And he sanctified Jesse and his sons and called them to the sacrifice. And it came to pass when they were come that they looked on Eliab and said, surely Yahweh's anointed is before him. But Yahweh said unto Samuel, don't look at his countenance or on the height of his stature, because I have refused him. Just want to pause for a moment to point out something else. Yahweh sees things that we don't see. Yahweh sees things that we cannot see. We'll look at the stature and the outward appearance of a person, and we will make a judgment. And we think we're right because we think we know something. And we could be dead wrong. We are not Yahweh. Man looks on the outward appearance, but Yahweh looks on the heart. Verse 8, then Jesse called Abinadab and made him pass before Samuel. And he said, neither has Yahweh chosen this. Then Jesse made Shammah to pass by. And he said, nope, neither has Yahweh chosen this. And again, Jesse made 7 of his sons to pass before Samuel. And Samuel said to Jesse, Yahweh has not chosen these. And Samuel said to Jesse, are here all your children? And he said, there remains yet the youngest, and behold, he keeps the sheep. Samuel said to Jesse, send and fetch him, for we will not sit down till he comes here. And he sent and brought him in. Now he was ruddy and withal of a beautiful countenance. goodly to look at. And Yahweh said, arise, anoint him, for this is he. Then Samuel took the horn of oil and anointed him in the midst of his brethren. And the Spirit of Yahweh came upon David from that day forward. So Samuel rose up and went to Ramah. Verse 14. But the Spirit of Yahweh departed from Saul, and an evil spirit from Yahweh. That is something serious. When we don't keep Yahweh's laws, Yahweh will put an evil spirit on us. A spirit so terrible that it makes you act uncouth. A spirit so terrible that people can see it in your face without you even having to say anything. It goes on, and basically David went on to work for Saul. And Saul's spirit was so evil, he needed music to calm his spirit. And David played for him. Verse 23, it came to pass when the evil spirit from Elohim was upon Saul, that David took a harp and played with his hand. So Saul was refreshed and was well, and the evil spirit departed from him. That's nice. Even though Yahweh took that spirit from him, he gave him moments of happiness. That's how merciful the Elohim we serve is. Yahweh took a good, righteous spirit from Saul, gave him an evil spirit, but even in that, he gave him time of peace from someone that he blessed with a good spirit. Until he got vexed again. In verse in chapter 18. Yes, in chapter 18. Verse 7. Okay, so let's get in the dig a little bit. Saul's still mad. Remember, Yahweh took his spirit from him, so that's just regular stuff for him. It's just another day with Saul. All right, so verse 8. And Saul was very wroth. Let me back up. I'm sorry. Verse 6. And it came to pass as they came, when David was returned from the slaughter of the Philistine, that the women came out of all the cities of Israel. Okay, I don't know exactly how big the cities of Israel were, but let's just say all the people came out from Roselawn and Avondale and Walnut Hills. Everybody came out because David is back and he killed the giant. This big Philistine that scared everybody except David. Why? Not because David was big and strong, but because David had Yahweh on his side. Okay, so he's back. Let's all go see David because he killed this Philistine. The women all came out. They singing and they dancing. I'm sorry. I just immediately wondered if they were twerking. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Okay, so they came out, they were singing and they were dancing to meet with Saul, with tabrets, with joy, and with instruments of music. They out there having a party. Oh, David is back. Yo, what's up? Yeah, yo. They happy. It's a happy time. And the women answered one another as they played and said, uh-oh, there goes the salt in the wound. Saul hath slain his thousands, and David his 10,000s. Uh-oh, what did they say that for? And Saul was wroth. The saying displeased him, and he said, they have ascribed unto David 10,000s, and to me they have ascribed what, thousands? What can he have more but the kingdom? See, the ego. Saul didn't have to feel that way. There is always somebody who's going to be better at you than something. That's just what Yahweh blessed him to be able to do. But we wouldn't see it that way. We'll see somebody who looks better than us, who's driving a better car, and we got a bucket, and we won't be happy that Yahweh blessed them. We mad. Damn, why he gotta have new Jordan 4s, and I just got on these. Why she gotta be cute? This is anything that we let prick our spirit to take us out of Yah's grace and mercy, just anything, make us mad and hate on somebody. And it doesn't hurt that he had a bad spirit too. I'm just saying, Saul eyed David from that day and forward. Every time he saw David, I hate them. Every day. Every day. I'm gonna beat him so bad. Oh! We act like that all the time over less. And it came to pass on the morrow that the evil spirit from Elohim came upon Saul, and he prophesied in the midst of the house. And David played with his hand as at other times, and there was a javelin in Saul's hand. And Saul cast the javelin, for he said, I will smite David even to the wall with it. And David avoided out of his presence, not once, but twice. Can you imagine being someplace and somebody hates you so badly that they throw a stick with a knife at the end of it at you? That's what a javelin basically is. It's a long knife. Can you imagine somebody hates you so badly that when they see you on sight, kill them? Yeah. That's the type of spirit Saul had. So, Michael, when you're on the highway and somebody cuts you off, Saul, better call Saul. But ask him what it's like. Every time I get mad that somebody taking too long doing something, better call Saul. Better call Saul. And the sister look at you crazy and you don't know her and you have no idea why you getting that type of animosity. Better call Saul. See what that's about. They might just have a bad spirit. That doesn't have anything to do with us. It's all in how we respond. And Saul was afraid of David because Yahweh was with him. If you want someone to be afraid of you, don't do it because you think the might and the power is your hands. Have them be afraid of Yahweh. Who gonna take Yahweh to jail? Somebody do you dirty. Tell Yah. He saw it. Who got hands they can box with Yah? Who gonna run their guns up in the air against the Most High Yah? That is where our power lies. In Yahweh. And as long as we keep Yahweh's laws, as long as Yahweh is at the forefront of everything that we do, Yahweh will fight for us. Yahweh will be the fear when we walk into a space. If we think, what would Yahweh think about what I'm about to say? And then we speak. Yahweh moves in that room. And it doesn't matter who occupies it. Yahweh gets the glory, and we're just a vessel of him. We're too busy trying to be our own vessels, our own makers of greatness. We're not. It's Yahweh who made us, and it's Yahweh who makes us great. And if we don't put him first, we can't be great. And he will not get the glory and the honor and the praise that he is rightfully deserving. So, with that, any questions or comments?
Your lesson
Very
is
good.
really powerful. It's really deep.
Praise my Yahweh. Yes, ma'am.
Before you conclude, I'd just like to say something that happened to me in Kroger's that's gonna shock. It shocked me and it's gonna shock everybody in here and on the internet. I was at Kroger's. I generally go there a whole lot. As I was walking down the aisle, there was this lady, this heavy-set lady, she was in a wheelchair. And so she looked at me, she said, oh, how you doing? I said, I'm blessed, how you doing? And she said, oh, you look like somebody that you used to play with when we were younger. And I said, well, I'm probably older than you. And then she told me her age. I said, I got 24 years on you. And she's like, oh, but you look so good. I said, well, you know, I gotta do things to keep myself healthy, blah, blah, blah. So one thing led to another. And then she got to talking about her health, how it was going down and this, that, and the other. And I told her, I said, well, you know, first time you go to the doctor, they take you off that port because it runs your blood pressure up. And she said, but I was at Rose's and this strange black lady was looking at me all crazy. And she said she got a lot of black spots on her arm. And the lady said, do you eat meat? And she told the lady, no, not really. And she said, this lady said, well, I tell you how I can, what you need to do to heal that. And she said, what? She said, you need to eat some pork.
Flames.
And she said she thinking the woman like, she gotta be crazy. And so she said she left, and she said she thought about that for about 2 weeks.
Mhm.
And then she said, she decided to eat some pork. She said, I like chitlins, so I got me some chitlins. And she said, I ate some chitlins, and she said, lo and behold, it cleared everything up on my arm. I told her, I said, ma'am,
Flames and fire burn.
I said, ma'am, there's witches and wizards
Right.
out there. Wicked people can
Flames.
do stuff like that. And I
Mm.
said, you know, beware. Because that was nobody that was merciful to tell you to eat an abomination because you know the Almighty told us not to eat. I mean, this lady was not lying. I mean, she didn't just make this up. But it shocked me. And I said, well, you know, David Bland, he's a wizard. He does all kind of stuff. So this lady you ran into was a witch, maybe from Haiti, because they do stuff like that. And I had never heard anything like that before in my life. That she ate some pork, which was chitlins, and it cleared, and she was showing her on. See, it cleared her.
Flames and fire burn.
But
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's many people out there.
Yes,
Beware.
which is why we need to stand on Yahweh. Yahweh is righteous.
Yes, he is.
Okay, people, you do not break one of Yahweh's laws and expect blessings. I was not privy to that situation, but I know for a fact that if that happened, something else happened that was the exact opposite of the effect of that. Because that's how Yahweh works. You will not break one of his laws and not be punished for it. It doesn't matter what somebody tells you. It doesn't matter how good the rewards may seem. If you break one of Yahweh's laws, you will face judgment for it. You better call Saul. Tell you all about it. 1 Samuel, ask him. That said Yahweh took a spirit from him and gave him an evil spirit. The most abominable of swine things. Oh my gosh.
Wow, that's deep.
Oh. Yahweh is righteous.
Yes, Yahweh is.
Oh, hallelujah. Okay, on that note, I'm getting ready to end in the Psalms. Boy. Yeah, I got 5 minutes. I'm finding a long song because, man. Oh, let's read Psalm 35. 135. Psalms 135. Oh, Yah is righteous. Oh, my goodness. Tell somebody to eat some of the most unclean part of the swine and just. Psalm 135. Praise ye Yahweh. Praise ye the name of Yahweh. Praise him, O ye servants of Yahweh. Ye that stand in the house of Yahweh, in the courts of the house of our Elohim. Praise Yahweh. For Yahweh is good.
Sing praises unto his name, for it is pleasant. For Yahweh has chosen Yaakov unto himself, and Israel for his peculiar treasure. If you are a peculiar treasure, that means of all the other treasures, you are the special treasure. You are the treasure on the top shelf that somebody has to climb up to. You are the peculiar treasure, Israel. For I know that Yahweh is great, and our Elohim is above all deities. Whatsoever Yahweh pleased, that did he in heaven, and in earth, in the seas, in all deep places. He causes the vapors to ascend from the ends of the earth. He makes lightnings for the rain. He brings the wind out of his treasuries. Who smote the firstborn of Egypt, both of man and beast. Who set tokens and wonders into the midst of thee, O Egypt, upon Pharaoh and upon all his servants. Who smote great nations and slew mighty kings. Sihon, king of the Amorites, and Og, the king of Bashan, and all the kingdoms of Canaan, and gave their land for an heritage unto Israel, his people. Thy name, O Yahweh, endures forever, and thy memorial, O Yahweh, throughout all generations. For Yahweh will judge his people, and he will repent himself concerning his servants. The idols of the heathen are silver and gold, the work of men's hands. They have mouths, but they speak not. Eyes have they, but they see not. They have ears, but they hear not. Neither is there any breath in their mouths. They that make them are like unto them. So is everyone that trusts in them. Bless Yahweh, O house of Israel. Bless Yahweh, O house of Aaron. Bless Yahweh, O house of Levi. You that fear Yahweh, bless Yahweh.
Yes, yeah.
Blessed be Yahweh out of Zion, which dwells at Jerusalem. Praise ye Yahweh. Hallelujah. All righty.
All right.
Praise the mighty Yahweh.
Praise God.
So that's going to end this portion of today's Sabbath services. I hope that you all feel revitalized and want to be true servants of the Most High Yah, so that he doesn't look down on us and want to take his good, righteous spirit from us. Because I don't want to call Saul for advice on what to do with the evil spirit.
Say that.
All right, so class is going to resume again at 4:30. Thank you all for joining with us today and praising the Most High Yah on his set apart day, Sabbath day. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Beautiful lesson. They're watching you grow.
Comments? Okay, I'm back. What happened?
This is a minute ago. Yaakov, Israel said the Jubilees mentions 4 seasons. The scripture from Genesis to Malachi only mentions 2. And you get the Genesis 8:22 and Psalm 74:17. Then Yellow Renegade says Shabbat Shalom, Israel, House of Yehuda. And then they also go on and say, where's your congregation located?
What's the
7710 Reading Road.
7710 Reading Road, Cincinnati, Ohio. I do not know what the zip code is, but you could probably Google the address. 45237.
Okay.
Is that it? Oh, okay. All right. Well, praise the mighty Yahweh. Yahweh willing, we will return at 4:30. Same. I almost said, but I won't. Yahweh willing, we'll return at 4:30. Praise the mighty Yahweh.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. All right, that one's all.